Hello? Can everybody hear me? Test, test. Blah, blah. Hello, Sean Yeagers. Hey, Ricky. Hey, Stelfos. McFeerick. Alpha. Yay. Thank you.
Hi, where would you like it?
That's fine. Yeah. Hello, everybody. Welcome.
How you feel?
Good.
You need anything else?
No. No, I'm good. Why is there so many frame rate issues here? Is it usually because it's still there? Oh, it's smooth. There we go. That was weird.
Do you guys like my watch?
Now it's out of focus.
It's beautiful. It's made of bamboo. Fraser, what do you think of watches?
Love them. Love them. Get out of here. Get out. Get.
I have to wait 2 more minutes because of my laundry.
Go.
Go way off screen.
You're not even mine.
I know.
Get out. Get on now. Get on.
Have a good day.
Get on with you.
Bye, guys.
Get on.
Okay.
Get on.
Okay. 1 minute. That's love.
Get on now. Get on.
Are they fighting?
No, I'm just treating my wife like livestock. Get on now. Get on. All right, guys. I think we're about ready to start.
Okay, I'm gonna be gone for a bit though.
Oh,
Okay.
you're gonna leave the house?
Yeah, I have to go do mail and pick up that prescription.
Mm.
And do a bit of
Becky's doing errands. Some midweek magic, y'all. Welcome to the show. Hey everybody, welcome to the show. I didn't start Steam Big Picture mode, so I wonder if my controller is... Whoopsies, what's going on? I might need to start Steam Big Picture mode to do this right, actually. Start Big Picture. I hear the inscription news. We'll be going back to inscription this weekend, I believe, to finish it up. Have to restart this to make Steam Big Picture work properly because I didn't launch it properly with it. Oh, there's a free mod in beta by the creator. Oh, I think somebody tweeted me that. The creator modded it so that you can play it like a card game forever instead of just story. That's pretty cool. It makes sense. Inscription won nothing at the Game Awards. Right? It won nothing. The Game Awards are just complete bunk fucking bullshit. Stupid. So fucking dumb. But we've been saying that for years. The reason we watch is because it's a gathering of gamers. It is what it is. Anyways. Inscription doesn't get a single fucking award. Welcome to the show, everybody. Hey, guys. I've been continuing to grind out gold. It's hardly a grind at all on Magic. I still have tons of gems left over from purchasing the welcome pack because I've been doing really good drafting, I would say. Doing 5 win runs. But I did buy the welcome pack, which netted me like 3,000 gems for $5, which gives you like, you know, a bunch of drafts, quite a few. 5, maybe 6. It's a good deal, but you only get to purchase it once. But that's why I have this mountain of gems. You guys can't see it, but I have 2,300 and I have 4,750 gold. The reason I'm bringing this up is because I need to reiterate every episode how much better a value Magic is than Hearthstone. And everybody knows I have a stank on for Blizzard. You should all have a chip on your shoulder towards Blizzard. That notwithstanding, even in a vacuum, objectively, Magic has defeated Hearthstone in terms of value. And when Hearthstone first came out, I was immediately in love with its simplicity and the streamlining of the game. It was Magic-like, but they got rid of all the problems, I felt, with Magic, and they made it work in a digital format. They were able to reinvent the game. They had that luxury of reinventing the game. Oh, quiet. I don't know if you're around or any mod. Can you approve the fuck Blizzard messages? People need some approving of their fuck Blizzard sentiment in the shadow chat. So, like, I immediately had a love affair with Hearthstone because of that. But since then, one of the big downsides to Hearthstone was you couldn't earn the right to draft. What I liked about it was that drafts were so cheap. It was $3 to do an arena run. That was awesome compared to what I was used to paying $15 to do a physical card game draft of Magic. So I thought that was incredible. Now along comes MTG Arena, and they have now made it so that not only can you earn drafts, like, so drafting, a draft run in this is a bit more expensive than Hearthstone if you look at it dollar for dollar. However, you keep the cards, unlike Hearthstone Arena. So if you care about the constructed game, you keep the cards from your drafts. So that kind of balances itself out, the difference in cost. It's like $5 to $3. Again, my numbers might be a little bit wrong because I'm thinking Canadian currency and stuff that I was used to. In addition to that, you can earn arena runs in this, and it's easy to earn them. It's so easy. It's insanely fast how quickly you earn the gold to do it. And unless you're being abysmal, and I mean, everybody's gonna have a learning curve, right? But unless you are just horrible at drafting forever, you're gonna get to keep drafting for a very, very long time before you have to even think about putting money in. And that's assuming that you absolutely abhor the physical game, the constructed game. And the constructed game in this is so much easier to play than Hearthstone because they give you pre-made decks. Good ones. I've made it, guys, to Platinum. Right now I'm in Tier 4. I made it to Platinum Tier 3 with a pre-constructed deck. With one of the decks they give you. I made it to Platinum Tier 3. I know that's not like the height of the heights, but you start in Bronze, Tier 4, you make it up to Tier 1, and then you go to Silver, and then you go to Gold. I made it through 3 things into mid-Platinum. guys. Like, that's good value. Like, it's like, and it was fun. I will acknowledge, though, now that I've hit around tier 3 platinum, I'm starting to hit the meta. And I'm facing non-stop life gain decks. And it's really, I've hit a wall with the pre-constructed. If I don't start to tune my pre-constructed decks, oh yes, and I have to give credit to my new avatar. I forget the name of the person who gave it to me. I don't know if I have my iPad. Rad Laddie, our turbo, contacted, I'm not sure if the person who gave me the avatar is a fan or a viewer, but Rad Laddie is, and then started a group chat to Rye. Oh, they follow me, and I follow them now. So, shout out to Rye Rowan. Thank you for sending me your, I think, beta code. Like, because you had to participate in the beta to get this guy. So I got this. This is my favorite avatar. I'll never change it. He's too good. He's so amazing. So thanks, Rye Rowan, for sending me that. And now I will permanently be a little nervous every match I go into. So yeah, I've hit, these are the pre-made decks you get given. Not all of these are just, down here is, why does it have little ones on them? Non-format cards are 1, that's interesting. These are the pre-made decks, but they have banned cards in them? What format am I in? Anyways. I'm not sure what's going on. I've been using them anyways to climb the ladder. I used Fireworks primarily to climb to mid-platinum, which is a pretty interesting control deck. I usually don't like to play control, but it's quite interesting. It's red-blue and it's spell slinging. It's all about excessive amounts of removal and then bringing that removal back. Oh. Did this just get banned or something? Why does it have a red next to it? I've been playing it. It says non-format cards. I'm not sure exactly. Like, if I were to go to quick play now, like, I mean, yeah, cards get banned all the time. Anyways, whatever. All I'm saying is, I can't recommend this enough. Even for new players, jump in. It's got a learning curve, a bit steeper than Hearthstone, but it's fun, and you're not going to do anything wrong, and it's free. And you can start, unlike Hearthstone, doing really fun free stuff right off the bat. I think the best you can do in Hearthstone right off the bat as a beginner is play brawls. I think will give you pre-constructed decks, but like those aren't really learning the real game. Those are like odd, funny mix-up rules and stuff usually. Cards get banned if Wizards determines that it's hurting the meta game. If it feels as though one card has become far too dominant, they'll make, this happened with the physical game, they'll make ban proclamations. There was way back in the day, this card called Skull Clamp. What did it do? I think it wasn't like Pithing Needle, but it was maybe similar. I forget its exact usage because I didn't play Constructed. But it was an artifact that like was used basically if you weren't running Skull Clamp in your deck, you weren't competing in any form. So everybody needed Skull Clamp. And the craziest part was it was included in this pre-constructed black deck, this rat deck. Equipped creature gets +1/-1. Whenever equipped creature dies, draw 2 cards. That's insanity. That is insanity. And how much does it cost to equip? Like 1 mana, 2 mana, and I think it costs like 1 or 2 to cast. Insane, broken. And so they acknowledged it. Oh my god. And so it was, I remember it was a part of the pre-constructed rat deck, and I'd actually bought the rat deck before this card became dominant. And so I was able to trade that card in for like $17 or something. Like, that's how much it was worth. It was going, like, the shop, I remember I traded it in, he gave me $17 in store credit. So I got a couple more pre-constructed decks. I was like, cool, I'll play some more Magic with Becky. And then he immediately sold it. I saw him turn around and call it to a guy in the shop and say, okay, I got one for you. And the guy came over and slapped down 30 bucks. If I were the card shop owner, it's one thing. It was like, it's cool. I didn't know a lot about the prices. He's running a business. That's cool. He could have waited till I left to sell it, to turn around and sell it for that right in front of me, like to show me that I'm basically a sucker. But anyways, the fact is, it was ridiculous. I didn't really get scammed. I think that's an adequate potential markup for a guy running a business. He's running the card shop. People, it's supply and demand. You know, it is a bit scummy though, a little bit, because like card shop owners like kind of like run their shop with the honor system that players won't sell to each other. It's like, guys, I'm running a business. Please don't like sell your cards to each other. You know? So people like, it's kind of like if you like the card shop owner, you won't disrespect him by doing that. But you think that the respect should go two ways. You shouldn't immediately sell a guy's cards in front of him for more than you just gave him, like that much more. But anyways, whatever. Just little stories about my days of Magic. Let's play a Kaldheim draft. Oh my god, that's horrible. One would hope that Wizards would ban that card shop owner from ever purchasing bulk from them again. Anyways. Here we go. We're doing quick drafts still. I'm not confident enough, nor do I feel like maybe one day when I'm feeling like a big shot, I'll go into drafting against humans. Right now I'm quite enjoying the time I get to take to read the cards during the draft. Take my time to soak them in, confer with you guys, think about my choices. So we're drafting Kaldheim, which is a set that's based on Norse mythology and has a lot of snow-covered lands in it. Snow-covered lands have been around since way back in the day, like way back in the day. And it used to be, they produce their own colors, like swamps will still produce black mana, but the black mana is snow-covered. So there will be cards that say, if snow-colored snow land was used to pay this cost, do this. This creature is more powerful if you use snow land to cast it. There also used to be an ability among creatures called Snow Walk. In fact, there used to be an ability called Land Walk that is barely ever, if ever, used anymore. It used to be like a creature would have Swamp Walk. Like, say, a zombie has Swamp Walk, because, you know, and creatures who don't have Swamp Walk can't block. You need another creature with Swamp Walk to block a creature with Swamp Walk. And the creature with Swamp Walk can go by unblocked if your opponent has swamps. If they don't have swamps, it can't go by, it's just a normal creature. But if they have swamps, the idea is that he can walk through his swamps undetected because he like resides in the swamp. Anyways, they got rid of that, and there used to be Snow Walk. So if a person had snow-covered lands, you were punishing them by running snow-walking creatures who could walk through snowlands undetected, unblocked. But yeah, they seem to have gotten rid of land walking. All right, guys, let's look at our first pack. We opened a rare Righteous Valkyrie. 2/4 flyer. It's an Angel Cleric, which is kind of not as big of a deal, I feel like, in this set as I haven't looked a lot at the white cards, but I know that clerics are a big deal in the ensuing sets that I've been playing, but I'm not so sure about this one. But enters the battlefield under control, you gain life equal to that creature's toughness whenever an Angel or Cleric comes in. Another one, so not this one, but any other Angel or Cleric. In addition, as long as you have at least 7 life more than your starting life total, creatures you control get plus. So if you have 27 life, all your creatures get +2/+2. It's like, this is a win more card to me, and very specific to the mechanics of a deck built around it. If you don't get the cards that you need to make this run properly. On the other hand, it's a flyer, a 2/4 flyer for 3 mana. So body alone, it's not bad, and you get this like whole bonus life when it gets cast. So maybe it's good. Hailstorm. I just don't. I tend not to like drafting white. it's not as fun to me, but we'll see. I don't know, think about it, because it is a 2/4 for 3 mana, and it flies. That's pretty damn good. Hailstorm. Oh, the other thing to know about this set that I drafted a couple on the last show, and I did quite good. You can 5-color decks are quite viable in this set drafted, and that's crazy to even think. So that's something else to consider. Dual lands are powerful to pick. Just at a glance, I see the green piece of pseudo removal, and green is king in this set because of its mana fixing and the fact that 5-color decks tend to be a thing that are quite good. Oh, you're leaving?
Yeah.
Bye-bye. I love the look of this card. An uncommon 4/3 for 4 mana. When he enters the battlefield until your next turn, creatures your opponent control attack each combat if able, and attack a player other than you if able. Oh, so Magic can have more than one opponent. You can play multiplayer Magic, like 3 to 4 opponents. That's very interesting card for that format. For this one, you're basically forcing your opponent to attack next turn, which means you get the benefit of deciding the blockers, which could end up with some very advantageous board unsticking. Whenever an attacking creature dies, the opponent loses 1 life and you gain 1 life. This is an interesting bomb, potentially a bomb. That feels like maybe just as good as this one in limited. It doesn't fly, but the fact that it forces them to attack. Here's a snow creature, a 0/4 bear for 4 mana. When he enters the battlefield, you search your library for a snowland card, reveal it, and put it in your hand. Then it gets +1/+0 for each other snow permanent you control. So his power is determined upon other snow creatures, such as this one, and snow lands, such as this one, makes him more powerful. Could be quite powerful in the right deck, but I'm not sure this is a first pick. This guy's a flying trample that if you spend snow mana, he can be a 2 snow mana. He becomes a 4/4 flyer. The fact that he's trample is pretty big, and the fact that you get to do that multiple times if you want, but you probably won't be doing that multiple times in limited because you'll need a lot of snow-covered lands to do that. At most, you're going to do it twice. So at most, he's a 6/6 flyer for whenever you spend. Like, that's pretty powerful, especially since it's trample, but specific to snow-covered lands. I like all of these cards here. All 3 uncommons. Mostly this one and this one, the rare. Here's another Cleric, Vigilance. Code spell, Cleric enters the battlefield. If it was the second spell you cast this turn, put a +1/+1 counter on target creature. So it benefits running white weenies, this one. Valor of the Worthy, enchanted creature gets +1/+1. When it leaves the battlefield, create a 1/1 flying creature. And it only costs 1 white mana. That's not bad. Behold the Multiverse, Scry. This is just card draw. Disdainful Stroke, counter target spell if its mana value is 4 or greater. Pilfering Hawk, I like him, but, you know, not a first pick at all. Haggy Mob, Boast. Haggy Mob deals 1 damage to any target. That means whenever he attacks, you pay 2 mana and he can deal 1 damage. And you can do that multiple times? Only once each turn, never mind. So he's a pinger when he's attacking. So I think it's a pretty clear choice here between this guy and this guy. I prefer red and black. I think there's no super strong green cards in here except for this one. This is a good piece of pseudo removal for green. But in a vacuum, I'm just thinking, like, I'm trying to remember the cards I saw in this set. Does anybody have any opinions? Any Magic players have any opinions on these two guys? The Doom Scourge and the Righteous Valkyrie. I'm just trying to think of other cards I saw, whether this guy, like aggro. I did face one very aggressive deck that did quite well when I got to my late stage of my drafts, and it may have been red-black. And this is a very aggressive card. Not only, you know what, this guy is the card, because not only does he force them to attack, which can make you do some advantageous trades, he also forces, because they were forced to attack, they all become tapped, meaning that you get a free attack phase basically to fly through with every creature you have that survives the defense. I think this guy's the pick. He's more fun too. I'm just not huge on white cards, and I don't love Life Gang. I hate facing it, and I don't love running it. Oh, that's a really good green card. We ran a very successful green-red deck. Whenever you cast it, so remember, anything green that we get has the potential to open us up to splashing, and splashing is huge in this format. Lots of blue cards in here. I'm gonna look at this one. Whenever you cast a creature spell, if Snowland or of any of that spell's colors was spent to cast, the creature enters the battlefield with an additional +1/+1 counter on it. Otherwise, it's just a 3/2 for 3 mana. This in the right deck is very good. Otherwise, we have a counter target artifact or enchantment. That's so specific, I don't like it. Revitalize, don't like it. Draugr, Thought Thief, enters the battlefield, looks at the top card of your library. You may put that card in the graveyard. No. Run ashore, choose one or both. The owner of non-land permanent puts the top card of the bottom of the return target non-land. No, I don't like that at all. Owner of a target non-land permanent puts it on top of it or the bottom. Oh, it's basically removes any permanent you want that's not a land. Okay, that's not horrible. It puts it on the bottom of their library instead of the graveyard. In fact, that's actually more effective removal than putting it in the graveyard in some decks. Priest of the Haunted Edge. Sacrifice the Priest of the Haunted Edge. Target creature gets -X until end of turn, where X is the number of snowlands you control. Activate. You have to sacrifice him, though. I don't like that. He's a good blocker to slow down the game, but we're already presumably going to be trying to go a little bit aggressive. Rise of the Draugr. Choose one. Return target creature card from your graveyard to your hand. Return 2 target cards that share a creature type from the graveyard to your hand. So this is kind of like card draw, but very specific to the best cards you potentially have. I like that it can dig out your best cards. This is a big piece of removal. It's much cheaper to cast when you have giants on the table. King Harold's Revenge, not great. The Recluse, just a normal-ish creature. This guy's just a good 2-drop. I'm thinking of the Sculptor for the ramping capabilities. I didn't look at this. Create a treasure token. You get 2 treasure tokens from this. This is mana fixing in a way, right? Because treasure tokens create any mana you want when you sacrifice them. Search your library for a Kaldheim Halvar, God of Battle, and equip a card. So it goes and gets one specific guy, but he's rare. Great if you're running Halvar, God of Battle, but otherwise it's a dead card kind of. It gives you a couple, yeah, I mean it's mana ramp and fix. So it's not horrible. It's not bad actually at all, but I don't know, I'm just so wooed by, I don't know which card you're talking about. Oh, you're talking about Spirit, the bear is really good. The fact that he fetches a land is pretty awesome. And that he grows as he goes. Sure, and it goes and grabs the snow-covered dual lands, you're saying? That is true. Sure. I love green in this format, so green is like a high priority, I feel. Reckless Crew. Create X2/1 Dwarf Berserker creature tokens, where X is the number of vehicles you control. This is very specific. No, I'm not going to get that. Rune of Speed. You draw a card, so this is kind of like a free thing that just gives a creature haste. Not bad. This is another benefit for having snow lands. Oh, the Troll. MVP. I loved this guy in that set I ran. I'm just grabbing him. I'm going to glance over these other ones. Oh, this one kills guys that were dealt damage, though. They have to be dealt damage first. I just love the Troll. But I'll definitely want Snowlands. Yeah, the Troll, like, so, the Troll, you pay 2 snow-covered mana, and he gets +2/+0, and gains indestructible. Like, that's insane. Like, as a blocker, it's just, and he was like, won me a game I had no business winning once. So we really want some snow covered as we go along here. So we'll start picking those up once we feel like it makes sense. Glittering Frost is an enchant land. It makes a land into a snow land. It also lets you produce any color you want. So this is amazing fixing, ramping, because it's an additional 1 mana of any color, and it's snow colored. And I think both mana will be snow colored, so that plays very well with the Troll. This guy has, yeah, he's okay, but not that great. If you're playing Giants, I played an amazing Giant deck, guys. Oh, that was a fun deck. This guy counts as Giants, so that's something to keep in mind with synergy with Giants and other tribes here, because Changelings are everything. And he can get rid of a creature in your graveyard in order to then get rid of one of their artifacts or enchantments. And in this set, that's actually quite powerful. But I'm just going to go ahead and start building out my snow covered and my fixing right now with Glittering Frost. That's a high pick for me because of the amount of freedom it gives you down the road as you draft. Draugr's Helm is, enters the battlefield. If you pay 3 extra mana, you create a 2/2 zombie and attach the helm to it. The equipped creature gets +2/+2. So it's a 4/4 for 5 mana that then leaves a 2/2 piece of equipment on the ground if the creature dies. That's how to think of it, which isn't bad. But we're not sure how much we want to go into black yet. We know that we want to go heavy into green, I think, already. Green is just the way to go in this set. Almost every deck can use green, I feel. This guy just lets you draw a card as he comes out. Well, that's just, like, amazing. And you can foretell him. Like, that's just a great card. Green is so strong in this set. Insane. Insane how good that card is. Oh, and another Icehide Troll. Okay, we're going heavy Snowlands. This can mana fix, but I don't like it. It requires you to have a lot of smaller bodies because otherwise you're just always tapping a guy you have on your side. And I don't like that. This guy's going around pretty late pick. I think later than he should. Path to the World Tree is fun when it goes off properly. I'm not sure that I'll be picking it this time. So if you're able to pay 1 mana of every color, +2 generic, so a total of 7 mana. First of all, when he comes out, you search your library for a basic land, you reveal it and put it in your hand, then you shuffle. So it's a fetch. It goes and fetches a land. So it's like, there's nothing wrong with actually running that card at all. it's mana fixing. This is actually a pretty high pick. And then it has the bonus of sitting on the table until you have 7 mana, and then you get to suddenly turn it into a bear, do 2 damage to an opponent, gain 2 life, draw 2, the card draw 2 cards. Yeah, okay, yeah, I'm picking this. It goes and gets a land from your deck, a basic land, but that could include snow-covered land. So I'm not even looking at the other stuff. I'm just like really doubling down. I'm glancing at the other stuff, but I don't recognize anything here that I think should be taken. Next up, this is a fun card, but it enters the battlefield tapped. I don't like it when cards do that. He's not a basic land, so I can't go get this guy, but I do like that he's a land that turns into a 4/4 warrior when you want, and he has trample. I'm not sure this fits this deck yet. I'm gonna look at the other green cards first here. 5/5 for 5 is just a good body. Hard to remove because there's not a lot of cards in this set that deal 5 damage. This guy creates elf bodies, which works in a certain synergy. Here's a cleric we saw earlier. Not great. Not bad, not great. This works in... It can be cast for free. This isn't a bad card at all. If you need to, like... It can come out for free on turn 3 as a 2/3. And if you have a turn 2 where you have nothing to play, you can foretell it, which is cool. Run ashore, yeah, like that's not bad. Very expensive, but yeah, we're not doing blue. So he grows if you cast lots of spells. He gets a +1/+1 counter, this guy, this little rat. If you cast more than 1 spell in a turn. He becomes he'll get a +1/+1 counter, making him a little bit bigger. And that counter doesn't go away. And he also gets flying for the turn. That does go away. But he gets to grow. That's cool. But I don't know that we're looking at that over. I think that I want the 5/5 in the 5 slot. Turbo Bear is what you name this guy. I accept that. Alright, so we're looking at our opening pack now. What made it around the table? The Haggy Mob did. The Raider did. When he enters the battlefield, you may discard a card. If you do, draw a card. The key here with this guy is you have to discard a card first before you draw a card, so you're not sure what you're going to get. What I like about this guy is that he's a 2-drop, which is always something that needs to be snatched up in my opinion. He's a 2/1, make him a little bit easier, but I'm not seeing a lot of pinging in this set, just like Innistrad. I'm not seeing a lot of pinging. Pinging is anything that deals 1 damage and can point at a target. The earliest form of a pinging card was the Prodigal Sorcerer. He was a 2 generic mana, 1 blue, I believe. I think he was a 2/2, but he might have been a 1/1. But you tapped him and dealt 1 damage to any target. So he was the earliest, I think, pinger. And that's what people call it, because you're just pinging guys for 1 damage. But pinging can be quite powerful when you can point it at stuff like this. But yeah, I haven't seen a lot of pinging in this set. So I feel like this guy, the 1 health, doesn't make him, isn't as big of a detriment as in some sets. There was a set in the past that had tons of pinging, and it was almost built into the card mechanics. I just don't remember exactly. So this one is a return target card from your graveyard. Oh, creature card. I kind of like that. The Recruiter. You can go and get some good stuff that we have. There's no green cards in this pack, so we're not looking at that, and there's no snow lands. We know that we have an okay red and black card that I like, that I consider to be a pseudo, a semi-bomb in the right situation. For me, it's either the 2-drop or this. Well, this isn't bad either. This is pinging itself. And it's almost a 5/5. It's a bit easier to remove than the Grizzly, though. We wouldn't want too many 5-drops. And we don't know how hard we're going into red. But on the 5th turn, having the other color, like, you know, that's the thing. We don't know how far we're going into red, so I don't know how much we should consider a 2-drop that costs red. Because we don't know that we're always going to have the mana. So maybe this one makes sense. Or maybe the Recruiter. I think the Recruiter is the best choice here because of the ability to bring stuff back. And in Limited, you can end up in situations where you just desperately need some cards. And that's kind of like card draw in a way. Of course, it has to attack to do it, but I'm going to take this for the desperation of mana fixing if we feel we need it. I like that it produces treasure tokens. Very unlikely we're going to get a God of Battle, Halvar God of Battle, but who knows? We saw one in a previous draft and we passed it. Or do I want Rise of Draugr? Again, we don't know how far we're going into black. It could bring back, you know what? No, I'm going to take the Rise of Draugr for the utility. If we get a bomb in our colors, we might want to run this for the ability to bring it back from the grave. In Limited, bombs are cards that feel like they're a little bit tilted towards the overpowered side in a set. And in Constructed, people can build around those overpowered cards, and they build decks out of those slightly overpowered cards. In every set, there's going to be slightly underpowered cards, slightly overpowered. In Limited, you have to adjust to those, unlike the Constructed, in a different way than Constructed. And what I'm saying, the reason I'm saying that is, stuff that can bring back something that you draft that's slightly overpowered is powerful in Limited, more powerful than I feel in Constructed. Like this guy could bring back, you know, the Packmate, which lets me draw another card when he comes back too. I think that's a big deal. I might just take the Rune of Speed here. Oh wait, Broken Wings can be quite good in this set. I'm going to take a Broken Wings. I'll probably see many of them, but I'm taking one right now. And I'm going to put it into my sideboard, along with Rise of Draugr. And the Glittering Frost. So I can look at my creature curve. Roots of Wisdom, mill 3 cards, then return a land card or elf card from your graveyard to your hand. If you can't, draw a card. It's kind of like... Well, I'm just going to take the Snow-Covered Mountain. That's an easy pick, because that's what we need, some more snow-covered stuff. We know that. Here's this Infernal Pet guy. Mists of Roots, Flash, enchant a vehicle, or creature... Okay, no, I don't want that. Very specific black removal, not a high pick for me. Because as an additional cost to cast it, you exile a creature from your graveyard, and then the target creature gets -3/-3. It's nice how cheap it is, but the fact that you need a creature in the graveyard first to do it, I'm not a huge fan. I'm just going to take this guy. I'm going to leave him in there for now, but I might put him in my sideboard soon. I'm not going to look at this. I'm going to look at... I don't mind this card, and I find that surprising that it's such a late pick here. I don't think that's that weak of a card. I like that it's sticky, but... 3 mana, choose one, add 2 mana of any one color, and 2 mana of any other color. Spend this mana only to cast creature or enchantment spells. So for 3 mana, you get 4 mana back. And they can be in any color you want, basically. Or you can have creatures you control get +1/+0. So it's... That's crazy, kind of really interesting for to see a red ramp card. This harkens back to like Dark Ritual, but in red, in a way. A weak Dark Ritual, but like you're getting 4 mana back for 3 mana, and in red, that's not something you see a lot. I'm not sure if I'll run that. That's a really interesting card though. That can trigger Path of the World Tree, which I'm now going to put in my sideboard anyways. Dual Strike. When you cast your next instant or sorcery spell with mana value of 4 or less this turn, copy that spell. You may choose new targets for this copy. In addition, you can foretell this, and it'll only cost 1 red to do. So this could potentially trigger and could duplicate my... Really, I don't have a lot that it could duplicate at this point. Broken Wings, Open the Omen Paths that I just looked at. Rise of the Draugr. That's an interesting card, though, too. We're not sure how deep we're going into those colors. All right, so we got Battle of Frost and Fire for our opening rare in this pack. It's a saga, meaning it triggers every turn one of these effects in the list of 3. First, it deals 4 damage when it comes out to, right? As soon as it enters the battlefield, you do the first thing, I think. As it enters, you add a lore counter. Yeah, so it comes out, it does 4 damage to each non-giant creature in Planeswalker. So this is almost like a Wrath of God type card. Wrath of God says 2 white mana, 2 generic, destroy all creatures. That's so everything. When I say a Wrath, I mean a card that wipes the board, and dealing 4 damage to each creature on the board is kind of like Wrath of God. It's going to take out the majority of things. Not everything like Wrath of God can, but it's a pseudo Wrath. Very much a board clearance. And if you're running giants and they aren't, it does a lot more for you. Then the next turn you scry 3, meaning you get to look at the top 3 cards on your deck and then decide what order they're put back and if they're on the top or bottom of your library. It's kind of like fixing pseudo card draw. Whenever you cast a spell with mana 5 or greater this turn, draw 2 cards and then discard a card. That's very specific. Yeah, and I mean, I don't mind this card if you're going specific into a specific strategy with this, but I'm looking at the glitter. The Glittering Frost is getting my attention already, and so is Shimmerdrift Veil. So we already have a Glittering Frost, which enchants a land, allowing it to produce an additional mana of any color, plus it's snow-colored. Or Shimmerdrift Veil, which comes in the battlefield tapped, but you choose a color when it comes in, and then it produces any mana of any color. Out of the 2, this costs mana to cast, so you're kind of like passing a turn early game to cast it for the benefit of ramping up your mana later turns. So if you have high casting cost cards, this really helps. Whereas this doesn't cost any mana, but it doesn't have mana ramp. It doesn't produce additional stuff. Plus you're locked into the color you choose. I think I prefer the Glittering Frost and ramping because I feel like we may be building towards a ramping deck more than we are a multicolored deck at this point, but let me think about that. I'm not going to get the rare. The uncommons here have this Elder Hall. I keep looking at this and I don't like it. It's just a forest that comes in the battlefield tapped until you decide to sacrifice it for 5 mana, including 2 black. Up to 1 target creature you don't control gets -2/-2. So it's a very weak piece of removal for 5 mana. And then you get to create 2 elf warrior tokens. And it can't be done at instant speed, it has to be at sorcery speed. So it's a very slow initiation of that ability. Over here we have a snow creature, human wizard. Look at the top card of your library. If it's a snow card, you may reveal it, put it in your hand. I don't like that. Colossal Plow, crew 6, whenever it attacks. No, I don't like that. Specific, very specific. Mistwalker, not bad for blue. Let's not look at blue anymore. Let's simplify things so that we can get to playing. Smashing Success, destroy target artifact or land. If the artifact was destroyed in this way to create a treasure token. Very specific. There are some decent artifacts and lands, but I don't like that card as much as I like the other one that destroys artifacts. I forget what it was, but for me, it's between Shimmerdrift Veil and the Glittering Frost. tough choice. Would Glittering Frost table? I think that Glittering Frost is more likely to table than Shimmerdrift Veil. And that's maybe what I'm going to base this decision on. So I'm taking Shimmerdrift Veil, hoping that Glittering Frost tables. I'll put this land in my sideboard. Rootless U is huge when you're fetching huge cards in the set. He goes, when he dies, he goes and gets anything in your deck that has a toughness of 6 or greater. So he's like, kind of like card draw. He only costs 5 mana, he's at 5/4. I like him. I like him quite a bit. Here's another Icehide Troll. We probably don't need another one. We don't have any cards that have 6 toughness yet, but even if we get a single one, this guy may trigger. Getting 2 would be nice, though, if we're going to run a Rootless U. Not going to look at that one because we're not running black and white. I like this kitty, but we're not going to run white. He has 6 toughness that could work with the Rootless U, and we can maybe end up splashing, but I don't want to splash for that card. Gain control of target. Oh, this I faced a guy who ran multiples of these. You rent one of their creatures basically. For 3 mana, you get to take control of one of their creatures for a turn, and then it has haste, so you get to attack with it. You turn a creature against its owner, and I faced an extremely aggressive deck in the 6th round that destroyed me, running multiples of these. I wasn't expecting a deck that aggressive. This guy, when he dies, creates a zombie, but first you have to bump up his power to do it. I'm wooed by I'm maybe overvaluing at this point Icehide Troll. Maybe you don't need this many, but it is a 2/3 for 3 mana. This would make a more well-rounded deck. This is really doubling down on snow. I'm going to take the Rootless U. That was a tough decision, though. I kind of would have loved to have 3 Icehide Trolls, but maybe we'll see another one anyways. It's early. Here's a dual land that we can fetch with... which card lets us fetch? We have a card that lets us go and get... Is it the... It's the bear. For a snow land. So it can go get this, allowing us to splash white and black, potentially. Each player sacrifices 2 creatures. Almost like a mini Wrath if there's not a big board. I don't like that, though. It's more beneficial to a deck that's running zombies, I think. Fall of the Imposter, put a +1/+1 counter on a creature. Alright, we're not going to look at that until we get better splash ability. Lots of white going around. I'm not going to look too much at the blue at all until we get the splash that can facilitate blue. I think I'm going to take the dual land here. In additional cast this, discard a card when you cast this, and then draw 2 cards and create a treasure token. That's interesting. Card draw for red, basically. You don't see that a lot either, and it's more like it only costs like 2 mana. That's interesting, but I'm gonna go ahead into, I'm just gonna take the dual land. This opens us up potentially for some black and white splashing. Another Shimmerdrift Veil. Oh my god, I love this guy in Constructed. I was running like that red-blue deck I told you guys about. This guy, when he's on the table, anytime a creature is dealt damage, overkill damage, like basically more damage than is needed to kill them, he lets you draw a card, and that comes up a lot. If he's not removed, this can result in a lot of card draw. We don't have anything really blue splashing yet. but we do have fixing in our glittering forests, so I might want this guy. I like that effect. He's also a giant. Let's see here. Vault Robber. Exile creature card from your graveyard. Create. Okay, yeah, I think I don't want that. Snakeskin Veil. Put a +1/+1 on a counter creature. On a creature you can. Oh, it's an instant that protects a creature. A very cheap one too, and it gets a +1/+1 counter out there. Is there anything we would want to protect? Anyways, that like I'm not going to grab that now. Here is a very nice piece of removal, but it's 2 black mana, so a lot harder to splash, but not as much because we have that glittering. I think, I mean, I might have to take this over the Freezing Flame, even though I'd like to run him. He's such a good, like, he's a 3/3 body for 3 mana, but the likelihood I'm casting him on turn 3 is low, since our mana fixing right now is primarily within that 3 casting card Glittering Frost to begin with. I'm just going to take the perfect removal here. It's the easier choice. Hard to splash, but late game I'll probably, like, if this is initiating, if I can't cast this till late game, it's still amazing. Here's a 2/4 Legendary Angel Flying Lifelink. Whenever you cast your second spell each turn, look at the top 3 cards of your library. Put one of them into your hand and the rest into your graveyard. That's interesting, but very expensive compared to that 2/4 Angel we passed in the first pack, which was only 3 mana. This one's 5 plus multicolored. Oh, let's get this Ravenous Worm. We know that we like the worms. I'm looking at these others. We know these others. This is some discard for them. Some Snowland synergy though, but we want at least 1 worm, especially since we got the U, the Rootless U. So he's a big guy who gangs us some life as well, so if we're facing aggressive decks, it might like get us back into a game for our late game. And when he enters the battlefield, he gives us 4 life. Plus he's a 6/6 for 6. And Rootless U can, when it dies, go get him out of our deck. Snow Cover Plains, since it's this pack is dominated by blue. I'm not looking at those again. Like, they're the last thing I want to splash. I like this blue card, but I'm not really. I'd rather more snow-covered lands. Even though we haven't really gone into white yet. Who knows what will happen in the last pack? Shackles of Treachery is nice utility, but not enough that I want to grab it over a Snowland right now. Oh, it's not good utility. Never mind. I was thinking of another card. A 3/2 haste. We're not running that kind of a deck. We're not running an aggressive deck. Snakeskin. Could save like. No, let's get the snow-covered lands. Let's really. We've been talking so much about the synergy there. We want it. We want the synergy. On the next pack, I hope that we're really gonna round out that synergy with snowlands. Here's another synergy with snowlands. Maybe we want this black flying. We've already got a 5-drop for 5, and the Rootless U can't get this guy, so there's not that benefit. And we're expecting, I wouldn't mind picking up 1 more Lindworm or other card that's like a big body, and I'd rather it not be having to look at this as messing up the curve. I think I'm going to take the black flying Angel Wizard. Magic the Gathering. 5 damage to target tapped creature. Removal, and we only have 1 piece of removal so far. I think actually I need to take this and splash it in, because if I don't end up with more removal, that's trouble. And it's an instant, so it can instantly kill. It can be foretold as well for cheap. It can be cast for just 1 white mana. This blue card is also pseudo removal. I don't like it. You take the damage. It damages you when you cast it, though. So I'm gonna put that into the sideboard just to keep my creature curve, looking at my creature curve. Glittering Frost, another one. It tabled. I was right, it tabled, so let's take it. So now we're, with 3 Glittering Frosts, we're really looking at, basically we can run any card we want. Mostly late game splash, but we can basically take any color we want in the next pack. So we're going to be almost purely taking what we think is the most powerful card in every pick. I love having that freedom going into the late game. So at this point as well, I'll start looking at blue cards and white cards and black. Every color is open. Destroy target artifact or land. This is nice utility, but I'm not sure I want to run it. I did face some decks that had a nice piece of equipment that if you didn't get rid of it, you were in trouble. Maybe having one of these is worth it. I'm not gonna, this is not splashable. It requires 3 white mana to initiate. Oh, you add 3 white mana and you gain 3 life whenever this attacks. Oh. So it costs 2 to cast. I haven't run a vehicle yet. I have not done a vehicle. It costs 2 mana to come out. It's an artifact that just sits there dead. It's just a plow. But if you tap enough creatures for their power to add up to 6, suddenly this becomes a creature that can attack. The creatures you tapped are safe as this thing attacks. So this thing attacks as a 6/3 creature that if it dies, those 2 creatures you tap to crew it, to drive the plow, they survive when this dies. So potentially I could tap just the Lindworm even, and the Lindworm is somehow, this monstrosity is piloting a plow. So you can kind of like throw it at the enemy. It can also be used for defense too, right? Wonder if that's worth running. I haven't run them yet. Vehicles, so I don't know the power of vehicles really. It's one of those things I feel like I need to see in practice. Equipped creature gets flying and is a bird in addition to its other. Is that the kind, like, that's a nice breakthrough if we do have some big bodies that just need to fly over for that final little bit. Kind of a tough, like, not a lot of super strong cards, but it's still a tough pack. The combo with that card is the 0/6 Ox that can crew vehicles with its toughness. Oh wait, is the crewing toughness based? No, power. Oh, there is a card that can crew with toughness, is what you're saying, instead of power. Yeah, I'm just still a little bit afraid to run vehicles. I just don't know how good they are in practice, but I'm a little bit starved on. I'm surprised on this 9th pick how long I'm having to spend here. This is kind of some removal. It's slow, but it also slows down the board. But I like that Raven Wings lets me ungum the board and get by for some big damage with my big creatures, potentially finishing the game. I'm gonna take the wings. I just like the utility of that. I like having it as an option. We'll think about that, especially if we get a couple more big creatures and we're really running a ramp deck, and we are really running a ramp deck. Because of that, we might want some early drops that can slow down fast decks. This creates black mana, and then when you sacrifice it for 3 mana, 2 white and 1 black, you create a 4/4 angel with flying and vigilance. So it's like getting a 3-drop 4/4 if you're willing to get rid of a land. And it's a slow, I don't like it. Especially that it costs, yeah, like our mana fixing goes into the late game, not the early game. I like a 4/4 flyer, but I'm gonna keep on taking snow-covered lands. So we are gonna be running some white. Let's look at white cards on this last pack. Because most of our snow-covered lands are, we have 2 snow-covered plains, okay. Oh, let's take the Recluse, that's a nice 3-drop. What about this? Demonic Gifts. Until end of turn, target creature gets +2/+0. And gangs whenever this creature dies, return to the battlefield under its owner's control. And it's an instant, which lets you bring back a... Yeah, but I'd rather have the 3-drop. We're actually kind of... No, yeah, I like that. An Oracle, 3/2, 3-drop. Whenever you cast your second spell, we're not going to have a lot of second spells being cast. And it's only to gang 2 life, so I don't like that. Oh, this guy is what crews the big plow. Interesting. So you could be running a 6/3 creature at their face on turn 3, basically. No, turn 4. Because unless you can no, it would have to be turn 4, because either one of them would have some sort of summoning sickness. Flash comes out as a 5/6. The U could go get this guy. He enters the battlefield tapped, though, so you cast him at the end of your turn so that he's a surprise for the next turn without summoning sickness. He can't be a blocker with Flash. Snow-covered island. I'm just going to grab the snow-covered land. We are going to be... we're running a 5-color deck. Does this slow down the board? It does, kind of. It creates a couple chumps. But I also like this card. No, I'm grabbing this guy because I wanted... He tabled. She tabled. Oh, we have 2. I was wrong. It didn't table. I was just remembering the last one I saw. Fine. I don't mind having 2, actually. We'll see, though. I'm going to take this guy. Put him in there. Rise of the Draugr goes in here. What do we got here? Egon, God of Faith. He's a dual-sided card, so I can cast him either as a god or as a throne. If I cast him as him, he's a 6/6, and I can fetch him with the U. Death Touch. Kind of redundant for a 6/6. Death Touch means that anything it deals damage to dies no matter what, no matter how much. So if a 1/1 Death Touch does 1 damage to a 6/6 creature, it dies. The 6/6 dies because it poisoned it. A Death Touch 6/6 is kind of redundant because it's probably going to kill most things it fights, regardless. But anyways, it's a 6/6 for 3 mana. What? At the beginning of your upkeep, exile 2 cards from your graveyard. If you can't, you sacrifice Egon and you draw a card. Wow. So at the worst case, he still gets you a card back. On the other side, you can cast him for 1 black mana, and at the beginning of your upkeep, you mill a card. Then, pay 3 mana and tap it, exile a creature card from your graveyard to draw a card. So you're milling yourself for 1 card per turn to put creatures in your graveyard so that you can then tap this for 3 mana and get cards, draw cards. Very interesting. Late game, a 6/6 coming out is pretty interesting. If you can't exile cards, if you don't have enough cards in your graveyard, he dies. So like, you're obviously attacking with him every turn to try to get mileage out of him. You're not going to be sitting there with them. But as a 6/6 for 3 mana allows you to like, obviously you'll have more than 3 mana late game, but the fact that you can cast multiple things in 1 turn with this guy is also interesting. I think I'll be taking that. I'm just looking for removal here. I don't see it. This is fun too. I'm taking it. So we're looking at a black-green deck mostly. I'm going to take the Undersea Invader out. I don't think we'll be running much green. We have mostly snow-covered plains. Out of all of our snow-covered lands that we want to initiate Icehide Troll with, I think he's the main card we're initiating with, and our Grizzly that gets more powerful from snow-covered things. Snow-covered plains is what we ended up picking up the most. So that's key to know. I don't want a bunch of plains that do nothing. But we have this piece of removal. But other than that, so far, our plains don't do a lot. Dream Devourer. Each non-land card in your hand without Foretell has Foretell. So Foretell, you pay 2 mana If a card has foretell, you can pay 2 mana of any color at any time, well, at sorcery speed, during your turn, and put it on the table face down, and then later you get to pay its foretell cost to cast it. It's like having a second hand with some prepaid. It's like you're investing in the future because the foretell cost is usually much cheaper. This allows everything in your hand to have foretell. So if you cast this guy also is a 2-drop that kind of slows them down a bit. Plus he gets +2/+0 every time you foretell a card. I think I'm taking this guy. That's pretty cool. I'm looking at the other stuff, just glancing it over. Shimmering Veil, obviously nice, but we need more bodies at the low end of the curve. He's a 2-drop. We haven't picked one up yet. This guy is an obvious pick to me. We're looking at a green-black deck. Another Icehide Troll. Arnie Slays the Troll, a saga that says that when it comes into the game, target creature you control fights up to 1 target creature you don't control. So it's like removal for red-green because you could choose a favorable matchup. I don't know. I disagree. Like, that's pretty, like, it's kind of like, take a little edge off of your message, please, Zaxide. It's not very good at all. I just got done talking about how I think this is a fun card and a good card. And then you're just like straight up saying it's not very good at all. That's just kind of rude sounding. Rune of Flight is nice because you get to draw a card immediately after casting it, so you don't lose the card for paying it. And we can splash anything we want, remember. And it lets our big stuff fly over their heads. Finish reading the saga. Red mana, put 2 +1/+1 counters on up to 1 target creature you control for 1 red mana. And then you gain life. I like that this is pseudo removal and we don't have a lot of pieces. We only have like 2. You gain life equal to the greatest power among creatures you control. The third part of the saga isn't huge, but I do like the first part, and the second part is pretty good. Tybalt's Trickery, I've never seen this rare. Instant, counter target spell, a red counter spell. Choose 1, 2, or 3 at random. Choose the number 1, 2, or 3. Its controller mills that many cards. Then exiles cards from the top of their library until they exile a non-land card with a different name than that spell. Okay. They may cast that card without paying its mana cost. Then they put the exiled card on the bottom of their library. Okay, I'm not even fucking whatever. I'm not running that. I have no idea how that could benefit me. Brine Barrow Intruder. Anyways, enters the battlefield. Target creature is -2, -0 until end of turn. Flash. It can like be used as an instant to kind of like turn the tides of battle, but like we're looking mostly at black and green. We can take anything though, especially late game. Destroy target artifact or enchantment. You gain 4 life. This is for aggressive decks. Sacrifice a creature, draw 2 cards. I like the Icehide Troll. Another 3-drop. Do we need one? I don't think we need another one. What we need is removal. This one is a kind of removal. Pseudo removal, and we don't have a lot, so I think I kind of have to take it. And then it beefs up my guys on a later turn, which I like. I'm going to put it in the sideboard so I can focus. It's an interesting deck. Saw it coming. Counter target spell. I hate counter spells. Skull Raid can be quite powerful in limited because people usually hold on to really good bomb cards because they want to eke out your removal. They want you to play their less powerful cards to get your removal out of your hand, and then they'll hold on to their best. So Skull Raid has, I think, some disproportionate power in limited to running in constructed. It can be quite good. It's sorcery speed, but can be foretold. Meanwhile, we need more 2-drops. We need to slow down the game early. And I like the utility of getting rid of artifacts because we might end up facing some artifacts that are really, really annoying. And if... yeah, I think I like that utility, and I like the 2-drop aspect of this that we need desperately. A black-red. Create a 2/3, so it's a saga. When it comes out, for 3 mana, create a 2/3 red demon berserker token with menace. That's him right there. So immediately you're getting a pretty good value, decent value. Then, whenever a berserker attacks this turn, draw a card and you lose 1 life. Card draw, but only for this turn, and if berserkers are attacking. Then, on the 3rd turn, add 1 red mana for each berserker you control. Until end of turn, you don't lose mana, so you get some mana ramp on your 6th turn of your game if you cast this on turn 3, which could be interesting. Another one of these guys. Another Doom Scourge. So we ended up with this demon berserker, and this is a demon cleric, not a berserker. Let's see here. Green cards. Oh, Fall of the Imposter. We get to get some +1/+1 counters out there, then exile a creature with greatest power among creatures target opponent controls. So obviously they'll see it coming by a long shot, but it is still removal, but it's just, you don't get to target it in any way. Gets rid of their biggest creature. The fact that it adds 2/+1, it's so slow. I don't love it. I don't love that they can play around it as well. They can, like, they see it coming, so they can attack the turn before and, like, throw the body that they know is about to die anyways at you, and then, like, and then they lose, like, a less in, like... Oh, you could also put the +1/+1 counter on one of the... Yeah, but that's bad too. I don't like that. This Bloodsky Massacre is cool looking, but so is this guy. Another one of these guys. Legendary creatures can't be on the table at the same time. So if I had one of these guys out already, the next one can't come out. What I like about this is that late game, this guy plays well with these big drops that force them to attack into big bodies that they don't want to attack into, and then lets me swing for a free attack turn, basically. I don't know that I need 2, though. I like that this is a 3-drop that gives me a body on turn 3. Yeah, I'm going to run this guy. I don't think we needed 2 of the other guy, especially since... Oh, Snow-Colored Forest is nice. Lets us not have to think about maybe as much running those planes that are basically useless in this deck now. White really didn't end up with much for us. I'm just going to take, just glancing at everything here, Crush the Weak. 2 damage to each creature. If a creature was dealt damage this turn, would die this turn, exile it instead. Can be foretold. Board wipe, actually, that's actually nice. I think I want that. That could also slow down the early game. It does it to every creature, including your own, but if you're facing a lot of, like, goblins, and we have faced some decks in the first draft, I faced some decks that were token decks, which were really sticky to deal with. Lots of tokens. Ooh, the red-black dual land makes it around to the 7th pick, and we're running a lot of red, well, black, and some red. I'm liking with the Draugr recruiters and these big body creatures the potential for us to have a lot of late game meat keep on coming back. I would like one more. Well, I mean, this guy's a 6/6, so we do have some big bodies late game. I'd like one more really big body though. I'm hoping to see another Ravenous Lindworm. Otherwise, mana fixing wise, this is also a snow land. So I think it's an obvious pick. Take that out though, and then each player sacrifices 2 creatures. No thanks, it's too specific, especially with our bigger body type stuff that we're running. Did I take the earlier Shieldmate? I didn't. This is a little bit bigger body. The U can't go get it, but we do want some more late game beef, I feel. This is kind of a interesting card, a 4/4 that has haste. Coma's Faithful, 3/1. When it dies, each player mills 3 cards. This plays well into Egon, God of Death, because it puts some cards in your graveyard that you might need in order for him to stick around longer. Which I might actually want the Coma's Faithful. But I also want the late game bodies. This guy also can be gone and gotten and might be splashable because of the ramping / splash glittering frost we have. We already have one actually of him, so if we're desperate we can run one of these guys as the extra piece of beef we need late game. So I don't know that we need more late game beef as much as a little bit more early drops. He also has lifelink, Titan, Haggy Mob, Vault Robber is a, oh, well, here we go. I wasn't even really thinking about this guy. I don't know why I glanced over him so much. He just doesn't impress that much from a glance. The art isn't like super exciting, but like he is a 2-drop that we need. He's not a 2/2, but he's a 1/3, which makes him even better for slowing down the board. Plus he mana fixes because he can create. He has to exile cards from our graveyard though to make the treasure token, but otherwise he's just a 1/3 for 2 mana, and I think I just would like to see him in the curve. Otherwise I would be getting the Shieldmate. Actually, you know what? With the fact that this guy works against our Egon, God of Death, I think I'd rather the Shieldmate, even though it's off color. We got all those snow plains, and we still want to run the snow plains because of the Icehide Trolls. So it's kind of weird how that ended up working out, but Mammoth Growth, it's kind of like a punch through card, can do the final damage to finish the game. The Dual Strike is also interesting. Did we end up getting more stuff that can be duplicated? We're running white for this as well. That's another thing to keep in mind. It cannot initiate. The Dual Strike can't do Arnie Slays the Trolls because it's an enchantment, not a spell, or I mean not an instant or sorcery. Also, it has to be 4 or less the thing that we cast. Crush the Weak could be initiated to really wrath the board. This could also be used with Dual Strike to really ramp. Fearless Pup, however. First Strike Boast. Kind of an aggressive pup. This is card draw if we can afford the blue mana late game, but I don't like that it complicates our early land drops. Draw 2 cards and discard a card. This actually plays well. I might actually take this discard thing because it plays well again with Egon of Death, putting cards into our graveyard that we can also get back with the Draugr Recruiter later if we felt like it. And it's card draw. I'm gonna take, and it also mana fixes because you create a treasure token. So I'm not sure if I'll run that, but I'm just like kind of feeling a little bit nervous about some of my mana fixing at this point. I'm not sure if that's a rightful fear. This can be fetched by the U, and exile a card from your graveyard, target opponent loses 3 life. That's also can punch through for the final bit of damage you need. It doesn't deal the damage to your opponent either. It's not do target. It doesn't deal damage. It makes them lose life, which is also a key thing kind of for some instances. On the other hand, discard this 2-drop. I'm gonna grab the two drop. Snow-covered mountain. Just really help us out. Maybe we can really think about getting rid of those planes with these snow-covered, yeah. This destroys a target creature or planeswalker that was dealt damage, so it's very specific. It can be used as an instant, which is nice, but this is artifact or enchantment. I'm just going to take the snow-covered land. I'm really hoping the Icehide Trolls end up being super MVPs with all these snow-covered lands we drafted. Oh, another one. Great, 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 great. Good stuff. Tormentor's Helm. Equipped creature gets +1/+1. Equipped creature becomes blocked, deals 1 damage to defending player. Nope. Sacrifice a creature and draw 2 cards. Do we have creatures we want to sacrifice? Not really. I forgot to put this perfect removal into my sideboard so that I can focus on the curve. This counts as a creature. I don't love anything really in here. I'm going to take the village rights. Probably won't run it. I wouldn't mind running one of these. I think I already grabbed one, though. Exile artifact. Target artifact, creature, or enchantment an opponent controls. That player may put a permanent card from their hand onto the battlefield. So you're like trading. You're getting rid of something really... Oh, wow, that could really bite you in the ass. That's scary. Did I take a smashing success already? Well, there's 2 anyways. All right. I might not take everything out of my deck this time. Let's see what we got here. I'm gonna take him out because I'm not sure about running him, but interesting. You know what? I am going to take everything out. I think it's much easier just to think about it that way. Let's start with creatures, obviously. All right. So let's put the Lindworm in, and the U, and the 5-drop. So we have the U. Get these out of here. Stop doing that. Ravenous Worm, Rootless U, Grizzled Outrider. So we have 2 5-drops and a 6-drop. We'll put in the Grizzly Spirit. Love the Packmate. The Recluse fits into the curve well, has good utility, so they're going in, and so are our 2 Ice Trolls, which we put a lot of effort into making sure we could run with our ice lands. Masked Vandal goes in as a nice 2-drop with utility of getting rid of artifacts. It requires us to exile creatures from our graveyard, but we ended up with a decent amount of cards that can do that for us. So we have 9 creatures. We ended up kind of light on creatures. This guy goes in 4-drop, 4/3, not bad at all. Here's an okay 2-drop that puts stuff into our graveyard to help us utilitize those. This guy, if he comes out, so I gotta remember the Throne of Death part. At the beginning of your upkeep, mill a card, exile a creature card from your graveyard to draw a card. So every turn milling a card that's putting guys into our graveyard. Which works that could be brought back with the Recruiter. Recruiter's slow and expensive, but so I'm gonna run God of Death. Oh man, we did end up quite light on creatures, so we don't really have many choices here actually for what we run. 14 in there now, so this guy will be in there early game, foretelling some cards. So he's like mana ramp in a way. He's gonna be like, this guy comes out, and then we can start foretelling late game cards like this that will potentially end up. This means that if this guy comes out on turn 2, then on turn 3 I could foretell, or any turn basically where I have 2 mana open for the next 5 turns or 4 turns, I could cast Ravenous Lindworm and cast. Okay, to summarize, this guy allows the Lindworm to come out potentially on turn 4, and that's pretty cool. The Rootless Yew could also come out on turn 3. We spend 2 mana earlier to do it, but it's ramping in a way, and we have lots of ramping going on in this. I think we have to run the pet, the Infernal Pet. I'm not sure how many times that will trigger, that they'll get bigger, 2 things in 1 turn, but I think I should probably run the Undersea Invader instead of the Shield Mate, just because there's no reason to run much white, and so this guy isn't very as useful as a 2-drop as he would be. I think we'll be able to cast the Invader. I would rather not. I would have rather had another Lindworm instead of the Invader, but it is what it is. Instead we have a 5/6. Than a 6/6, and it's harder to cast, but we have them. All right, so now I'm looking at removal, which is an Iron Verdict, which is one of the reasons I needed to go into white at least a little bit. Perfect removal, that's our best piece right there. I do like the idea of running Crush the Weak to wipe the board. Broken Wings, I think I have to run. It also has the utility of getting rid of artifacts, so I like that. So, and then maybe, would I ever run Dual Strike? I just don't know yet. Oh, and this guy counts as a 3-drop, so there's that as well. Now we have room for like 1 more card that this should be considered. This could be a 24th card because it goes and gets a land. So you could run 16 lands because of the land fetching that we have in this deck, I think, maybe. Hard to say though. Let me think about what I just put in there. I might not run the Broken Wings yet. I'm thinking instead discard. I'm gonna put Path of the World Tree in there. Oh yes, the Glittering Frosts. We might be at where we are. I don't think I'm gonna run Arnie Slays the Troll. It's a little too. Oh, but this is the pseudo removals, so yeah. Okay, I'm gonna have to take something out. Maybe I can run. Get rid of one of the real creatures here because I don't think this guy will trigger a lot, so he's an expensive 2-drop, and I only put him in there because I was desperate for creatures, forgetting that I had this, which is a better 3-drop. So I think I will get rid of the Infernal Pet. $24 cards. Lots of ramping with the Glittering Frosts. We have some land fetching. Path of the World Tree is essentially also fetching, so running 16 or 24 cards that aren't land might make sense. I'm not sure I have room for Seize the Spoils. I'm wondering about running a one less Draugr Recruiter. I think I like what I got here. The Snowfield Sinkhole lets us splash the white removal in that we're splashing in. The Iron Verdict, 5 damage to. I like that it can be foretold as well. I don't think we'll have to run those 2 snow plains that we ran though. I think we'll have enough snow-covered lands to initiate our Ice Hide Trolls. So I'm putting in our snow-covered mountains. Do I want to put it? I'll probably put in the one snow-covered island we have to go fetch, so that we can cast our Undersea Invader. Just one. Maybe one snow-covered plains just to go fetch as well. We'll probably be able to cast this Undersea Invader and that one piece of white removal with our Glittering Frosts. But probably every other land that we put in here will be forests at this point. After this. Alright. I think that this is the... Let's get suggested lands now. I'm really interested to see this. What did they decide? 3 swamps, which makes sense. We need some swamps. Not a lot, but we do need some. They put in 5 forests. I think that the suggested lands are wrong. I think we need less swamps. We will be able to fix our mana for swamps. The worst thing that could happen is not having forests in our early hands, so I want maybe just 2 swamps and an extra forest instead. Hell, I'm even thinking of just running 1 swamp, because we already have Sulphurous Mine, or Mire, the Sinkhole for swamps. Yeah. I think we'll be able to fix our way into black. And I'm gonna run more forests. Is 6 enough? Yeah, we have to. Our only chance early game is to have forests. We have to. If those frosts are just sitting in our hand, not ramping us and not fixing us, then our deck strategy goes to hell. We're running 41 cards. I'm okay with it. I'm always okay with running 41. All right, guys, I'm gonna take a quick break. I'll be back in a second to begin. Stay tuned. Hello, everybody. I'm back. All right. I think this could be a fun deck.
I'm really interested in running that. I hope we get a chance to properly run Egon, God of Death. Very interesting card. Let's see how it goes. So we have this guy in our deck that only casts 3 mana to cast, and he's a 6/6. But every turn, I have to exile. Look at my avatar. He has to exile something from our okay, so already we're seeing an opening hand with no forests, which is scary, which is why I was so determined to make sure that we fixed that. But this is too scary to start with no forests in opening. Again? Wow. This is over. All right, so we're gonna just wow. There are 8 forests in this, and we didn't get 4 mulligans, and we didn't get a single forest. All I need is 1. I just need 1. Hey, there's a forest, guys. So we'll just do this, guys. Let's not waste our time. I'm gonna go, and just based on that, that's fucked up. I'm gonna take out the snow-covered plains. I don't care about fetching it. We'll only cast that white piece of removal with... We will only cast it with fixing, I suppose. Come on, there's 7 forests in here. I'm gonna take out the swamp, in fact. I'm gonna leave the plains still in there. Just because it's snow covered and we can thin it out, we can fetch it and thin it out. That was fucking ridiculous though. But that's magic, y'all. That's magic. Is there 2 islands in there? Thanks for telling me. Did I put 2 in? No, oh, okay, yeah, maybe I do take out the second island. Good call. I didn't really notice that. Thank you. And I'll put in yet another forest. Back in. 9 forests. Still, 7 forests and 4 mulligans and not seeing a single one? That's just wrong. That's just bad luck. What's the probability of mulliganing 4 times and not seeing a single forest in a deck that has 7 of them? There's only 40 cards in the deck. And now we get 2. All right, looks good to me. We'll fix it as we go. We get to cast this guy early. We'll keep it. We'll fix it as we go. We're hoping for Shimmering Frost. We'll send out our 2/1. He discards a card. Probably gonna discard the Doom Scourge because we don't have a swamp yet. We don't mind. It's not. It's like it feels weird discarding good cards, but anyways, we're gonna be picking up a card now. We want cards in our graveyard, and we got a dual land. That's nice. We ended up getting the land we needed to cast that guy, but whatever. So they just foretold a card, and they're running this thing that enters the battlefield tapped, add 1 black mana, then it can be sacrificed to deal 3 damage to target player. That player discards a card, activate only as a sorcery. Okay, interesting. Hey, we got our 3-drop, but it can't play right now because this comes into the battlefield tapped. But this is a 2/3 Berserker that we could have played if this was played earlier. So that's nice. The mana fixing's working. Ish. And we'll foretell our pack mate. I would rather not play the Vandal yet because we have a creature to exile now, which allows us to initiate this if an artifact or enchantment ends up coming out on the board that we're afraid of. So I'm going to keep him in hand as utility instead of the body. And since this person didn't come out strong and hard, we don't have to worry about like using the 1/3 body to slow down the game. So already we're seeing an artifact. Snow artifact, add 1 mana of any color. So this they're perfectly fixing now. And ramping. At the beginning of your upkeep, put a night counter on replicating ring. Then, if it has 8 or more night counters on it, remove all of them and create 8 colorless snow artifact tokens named replicate ring with then they get like as much mana as they want as on the 8th turn or 8 turns from now. I think I'm gonna destroy that. We'll get a 1/3 body on the board. We'll destroy their mana ramp because this is similar to running the glittering frost. They're ramping into, yeah, that's what I'm doing. Let's slow them down. Because next turn they could have played something, a 5-drop on turn 4. So that's a worthy play. And now we play our pack mate. What a great card. 3/3. Draws a card. So we're hoping before they can get something on the board. Okay, that's something. Hoping to do a bit more damage first. Untap him so he can attack and then untap himself and get +1/+1 when he attacks. I think that's a good target for our Ice Hide Troll to start blocking. Okay. Now, we could put out the Ice Hide Troll to start blocking. However, this card creates a Berserker that starts attacking, and they're going to want to block this next turn. And if they don't have something they can block, yeah, I'm putting this out now. We don't need to block that guy next turn. We'll block him when if he gets bigger. So right now, the Ice Hide Troll can be pumped once. If we get another snow-colored land, he can be pumped twice to be an indestructible 6/3 when he attacks. They just foretold 2 cards, and they have 1 open red mana. Oh, this thing has Menace, so it can get through next turn no matter what. So it can attack and draw a card next turn. And now we have a piece of perfect removal in hand that we can't cast yet until we get another black mana. Oh, we can attack with the Mass Vandal as well, because it is technically a Berserker, because it's a changeling. So I'm going to lose 2 life, but and he's probably going to kill my Vandal, but I'm happy to lose the Vandal to to get an extra card draw. Can't block the actual Berserker because it has Menace. We got ourselves an extra Forest. How you doing, pal? Dream Devourer doesn't do a lot for us right now because we didn't end up with... Could he possibly Wrath the board? Do I want to get this aggressive? Or would it be better to... I'm just going to play one Ice-Hide Troll so that I have the... I'm not going to play two. I'm going to be a little bit conservative here. Just in case they have some sort of board clearance. I want to keep the control alive because we have two Snowlands available. Dwarven Hammer comes out. Whenever it enters the battlefield, you may pay 2. Did they pay 2? Create a Dwarven creature that they attach it to? No, they didn't. Okay, nothing I can do at the end of their turn. Now we get extra mana. We get 2 red mana. Why? Who's the extra Berserker? Oh, he's a Berserker! Shit! I should have attacked with him to get the extra card draw. I didn't know he was a Berserker. Okay, well now I know. So we have an extra 2 mana this turn. Let's attack first and see what happens here. We still can't cast our removal. Menace. I'm just gonna attack with everything. Even if he has to block the 2/1. Oh, wait, is this Raptor first strike? Oh, fuck. Well, whatever. We're in the end game here. I can pump my Ice-Hide Troll. Right. Six gets by. One of the bodies trades. The Raptor stays as a chump. And I will cast... Recruiter to potentially bring back the wolf if it's needed. It comes back to my hand, right? Yeah. But the wolf might come back, or I could potentially grab the Vandal back if I felt like I needed to get rid of that. He's brought out 2 Dwarf Berserkers. That was one of the cards they foretold, and they still have 2 more foretell cards sitting there. It's looking like we've won, but, like, who knows? Because we still have the guy with Menace, so he has to have at least 2 blockers available to block him. So that guy takes 2 to block, and then... So he needs 1 more blocker if he wants to not lose the next turn. I think they're done. Because at least one of my guys is getting through. Which means end of game. They might have... One of these foretell cards might be something that can change the game for 1 black mana. Okay, looks like we won. How you doing, pal? Oh my god, you're ridiculous, buddy. Let me make you a nest. A Hugo nest. Yay. Earning my gold from winning. That was pretty good. That went well, but their rollout sucked, so we'll see how this deck actually is. We didn't end up using that demon card that can foretell cards because we didn't end up having anything that could be foretold that would make sense. I'm wondering about... I don't know. We'll do a post-mortem once I've done this run. See how this deck goes. I shouldn't have to face two people. Come on, man. Alright, can I go even without a forest and hope to draw into a forest by turn 3? That's what I have to hope. Turn 3 a forest. Otherwise, I'm in a lot of trouble. I can start foretelling cards, which doesn't really help. Though... Otherwise, we have dual land red-black, which is good. But we have to draw in to forest. There's 9 forest? 8 or 9? So every draw is like a 1 in... roughly, very roughly, a 1 in 3 chance of drawing a forest every draw. By turn 3, we need it. I really don't want to mulligan, but I feel like I have to. I have to. There's 2 forests. Alright. And none of the mana fixing to cast with it. Alright, what do I get rid of? Obviously something that I know I can't cast right away. Those guys are late, so I'll just go like that. Bad luck. Not the worst luck, though. We'll see what happens. But we're looking for some glittering frosts. Alright, so we got a red. That's good. That's a good thing. Crush the Weak, I didn't think about how well Crush the Weak also late game works with Ice-Hide Trolls. 2 damage to each creature. Well, you know, it doesn't matter because it wouldn't kill them anyways. So we only have 1 snow-covered land, so the Ice-Hide Troll won't be able to protect themselves yet. They put out this black thing, like, yeah, this can become 4/4 white angel if they have a 2 white mana, but they're not even close to that yet. I have nothing to cast. This can be foretold at least. Can Crush the Weak? They both can, so at least let's play, since this is actually playable next turn. It's a sorcery, but Wither Crown. Hey, don't do that. Sure, I don't have the extra snow colored yet. So I don't know that that'll be any use to me except for draining my life. Oof, bad draws. Suddenly that opening hand is looking a little bit better with the dual land and hoping to draw into forests. Instead of here we are without our mana fixing, which we are abundant in this deck. And we're not able to find it. Magic the Gathering. Somebody's seeing this Undersea Invader and wondering if we have 2 islands in the deck. We don't. We have 1 snow-colored island, and we have 2 glittering frosts, and we have at least 1, maybe 2 of the snow-covered any color land. suddenly they're playing out a whole bunch of stuff, and we're gonna hurt them for this. I'll discard the Undersea Invader. They're gonna see that and be like, what the fuck? Why was that in there? And now, Crush the Weak. And the Recluse comes out. We just 2-for-1 them, even though not really, because that 1/1 caused me to have to discard a card, but for the sake of tempo, it was a 2-for-1, because that, the big boy wouldn't have come out late anyway, until late anyways. We really need a black mana. Another snow-colored. Fuck me, man. Ugh. We'll kill probably, I don't know. Probably kill the Berserker because I don't want them to have card draw. I think they'll probably move the bow, but I don't mind trading for the Avenger next turn. I'll take it, and then I'll attack with the Recluse. And if they trade, that's fine. If they let it buy, that's fine. Uh-oh. Uh-oh, now I'm wishing I'd held on to my board wipe. If I had only played that a little later. That sucks. And I'm just getting bad draws. This is probably screwed anyways. This is horrible. Horrible draws. Not a single piece of mana fixing. Not a single dual land. 2 Glittering Frosts, 2 of the any color lands, the glittering, or I forget what it's called, shimmering something. I can't even play the Iron Verdict. I wasn't even thinking about how I can't play it. Because I don't have white. Might have gotten myself in a bit of trouble with this deck, I don't know. I think I have to block, but then they're gonna draw. No, I'm just gonna let this go by. Fuck. If only I had another Crush the Weak, or I'd saved it a bit longer. I didn't know what they were gonna be running though. Oh my god, Crush the Weak against this board would have been incredible. All right, let's just stop. We got bad draws, we had to mulligan, and we still didn't get what we needed, so it is what it is. You're a good little guy. So let's reiterate how bad our luck has been here. Let's like reinforce this fact. We have Path of the World Tree. It can fetch anything we want. That's why I've been so determined to make sure we have forests in our opening. Because Path of the World Tree can fetch anything we want, any basic land card. We have not seen it yet in any of our openings. We have Spirit of Aldergard, can fetch anything we want. We have 2 Glittering Frosts, ramps, and can create any mana we want. We have 1 Shimmer Drift Veil. I thought we had 2. We have 1 Shimmer Drift Veil. We have dual land. Like, we've got the mana fixing we need. We're getting fucked. We're just getting screwed. This has been bad luck. This deck isn't that bad. It's not an amazing deck, but it's not as bad as been happening so far. Hugo does look like he's gonna have a nap soon.
Welcome to Cozy Magic Christmas stream.
All right. All right. Now that's more like it. Some forests, glittering frosts that can be cast with forests. Ice-Hide Troll for a 3-drop if we want. We can decide what we'll probably do the Ice-Hide Troll. Hey, it's working. It's working. The way it was designed. What do we want to discard? Probably the Recruiter. Pick up another land, that's fine. Another glittering, oh. Now I'm wondering if they're running red. Red won't be able to, we haven't seen a black mana yet. We'll do the troll first. You know what? No, we won't. I want the mana to protect the troll. I want to make sure that we have mana to protect the troll, so I'm going to get Glittering Frost out first so that we know that we have an abundance. Uh-oh, they have some mana fixing and ramping now too. Okay, this turn we can produce 1, 2, 3, 4. So 4, that doesn't matter. We can just do 1, 2, 3 to get the troll out and leave the mana open to keep the troll alive. So that's what I'll do. So remember, the Glittering Frost enchants a land, and it says, oh, they're doing something at the end of turn? Wait, at the beginning of your upkeep, oh, they're putting out a counter on this thing. Glittering Frost also turns the land into a snow land and produces an extra mana. So this forest now produces 2 mana, 1 green and 1 of any color I want, plus they're both snow-colored mana, meaning that I can initiate indestructibility on the troll at any time I want. Next turn, I will have available to me at least... here we go. Well, that was silly of you. This is why I did this. He's indestructible. He just wasted a card. Now, we can do this again. And a Lindworm will definitely be coming out next turn. Wait, which ones did I cast this with? I have to make sure. I mean, no, do this. There we go. I think we can afford to bump the troll once on the attack for an extra 2 damage. And we still have 2 mana open to protect him next turn. Conceivably, he could have 2 pieces of removal that he'll play on the troll. Like, if he wants to 3-for-1 himself on the troll, go ahead. We'll see it. We'll see what happens. He could conceivably play a piece of removal on it, then I could make it indestructible, then he could play another piece of removal at instant speed ahead of it. That means 3 pieces of removal he attempted to take this thing out with. I don't think that's gonna happen. Okay. All right. Lindworm is coming out. Well ramped into. Way over ramped, I would even say. Over ramped into. First, I think we can afford to attack again. Do I want to boost it? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yes, no, I'm not going to boost it this time. Because I want the extra mana open for the Lindworm, and what's he gonna do? Okay. Like, I don't know why that person made the mistake with Crush and the Ice-Side Troll, because they're a platinum drafter. Their insignia is platinum. Until end of turn, target creature gets +2/+0, and gangs when this creature dies, return to the battlefield under its owner's control. That's fine. Whatever. That's fine. Nothing I can do about it, so no reason to worry about it. The milling actually helps me. I'll look in a second at what I lost from the milling. So next turn I'm attacking with 2 creatures with 6 power, so we better have the blockers. I lost my pack mate and some forests out of that. The ring gets another counter. Once it has 8 counters, he gets 8 rings. It probably combos with something that allows you to sacrifice artifacts to like do damage or something. I imagine that's like some sort of a specialty deck. Maybe I'll get my Santa hat out for the week leading up to Christmas Flashpoint. They were able to cast it with the dwarf. They need the chump badly. Okay, they're equipping it. Well, that could stop my worm, that's for sure. Kind of annoying, especially since. Okay. Okay, yeah, you can do 6 damage to me. I mean, you're gonna gain 6 health, which is annoying. So I might want to start leaving my Ice-Hide Troll untapped, I suppose. This game has gotten a bit more interesting. Now they have more life than me. How quickly the tables can turn. Get that life back. I'll leave my Ice-Hide Troll out there to block. He's gonna gain at least 6 more life before that thing dies. So he'll be back up to 19 health again. God, Ice-Hide Troll is just such a huge card in this set. Massive. Becomes indestructible. And gets +2/+0. And it can be done multiple times in a turn if you have the snow lands to do it. Right now I can pump them 3 times. And soon I'll be able to pump him 4 if I need to punch through. He doesn't have trample, but you know, whatever. Return target card from your graveyard to your hand. Creature card. Okay. Who's he bringing back? This guy with haste. Can't cast him right now. If he doesn't attack this turn with Coma's Faithful, I'm attacking probably with... Oh, well, I have to attack. That's fine. Okay. It's interesting. His haste. Will he die? He has to give up the 6/1. He'll be able to put the hammer on a guy. There's nothing I can really do about whatever happens here, so I shouldn't think about it too hard. Damn it. Not drawing into anything, though. Who are you gonna block? Okay. I doubt he has removal. So let's get the damage where we can get it right now. And do 8 damage to him. He's down to 5. But he gets 6 back. We mill a bunch. Do I have anything in my graveyard that can do anything now? No. What did he get? He just lost his Planeswalker. And another piece of removal. Let's see here. I think we want... It doesn't really matter. Because we can produce anything we want with the frost. So I guess I'll just make this black. Now he can attack for 7, but if he does, he can attack for 7 plus 8 plus 5, 13. This guy can still, it doesn't matter if he's doing 1 damage to me per turn, I can still pump him 3 times, 4 times next turn. So this guy can attack for 8. He's not gonna equip the hammer. He is. He attacks for 7. I can attack for 8. Next turn he can attack. Damn it. Decline. So I can't attack this turn. Wow, this is an interesting game. Undersea Invader may surprise him. One, two, 3, 4, 5, 6. The lifelink did everything for him. That was huge for him. The fact that that thing kept coming back. He's not going to take into account that I have Undersea Invader. He won't be thinking of that. I have 4 mana to do that with. Oh, that's Menace. So I can't block this? No, it's Trample. I see. That's a big deal. I'm gonna be down to 1 health. Activate its ability. Can he finish me? If he can't, here we go. He wasn't accounting for this. I attack for 13. What a game. He's nothing. I win. Wow, what a game. Wow. Oh, I can't attack because he'll kill me. What a fucking game. Shit. So this guy will deal damage to me. That's the damage he needs. So if I take action now, I have to hope that I draw into something. I didn't draw into anything. Oh my God. It was down to the wire. Oh. On both sides, down to the wire. That was insane. Ridiculous. That wasn't a great deck. I think it was a bit better than that. Oh, I'm still going? No, yeah, I'm done. 1 win. I think that deck deserved 2 wins, maybe 3. It didn't deserve 1 win, but we had to. We conceded our first game before even playing it. because I had to mull down to 3 cards. I'm really sad I didn't even once draw the 6/6/2/3. If I had top decked that 6/6/2/3, that would have been so cool. I mean, the 6/6 for 3 mana. I don't know why I said 2/3. Anyways, we'll do another draft. I'm down to 900 gems now. The rare in this thing is a snow creature Kraken that costs 12 mana to cast, but it costs 1 less for each snowland you control. When it enters the battlefield, artifacts and creatures target opponent controls don't untap during their player's next untap step. So if they already had a bunch tapped, they're going to be gummed up. And it also means that that's basically it. Return 3 snowlands you control to their owner's hand, and you can return Icebreaker Kraken to its owner's hand. So at the cost of snowlands coming back into your hand, you can make this a sticky 8/8. Let's think about this for a second. So it becomes 1 less to cast per snow land you have. So if you have 4 snowlands out, this costs 8. So you'd have to have at least 4 snowlands for this to be worth the body that casts it. And if you were running all snowlands, and say you had 5 snowlands on the board, or 6, you're casting this guy for only 6 mana. If you ran a lot of snowlands, and in limited, that's probably not going to happen. I love nuts. You can quote me on that. All right, let's look at the other cards before I think about that too much more. Glimpse the Cosmos. Look at the top 3 cards of your library, put one of them in your hand and the rest on the bottom of your library in any order. As long as you control a giant, you may cast Glimpse of the Cosmos from your graveyard by paying blue. He's licking my hand. By paying 1 blue rather than its mana cost. It ends up becoming card draw if you control a giant. Otherwise, it's just scrying, basically. Blood Sky Berserker. Whenever you cast your second spell each turn, put 2 +1/+1 counters on them. Yeah, there's a lot of that that's really benefiting you for having lots of little spells to be able to... It's like you need card draw to back this ability up. I don't like it. Blizzard Brawl. Choose a target creature you control and target creature you don't control. So that forces them to fight. If you control 3 or more snow permanents, the creature you control gets +1/+0 and gains indestructible until end of turn. Then those creatures fight each other. Okay, so sorcery speed, but it's only 1 green mana, and if you have the snowlands and permanents to make this work, that's awesome. Nothing else is jumping out at me in this deck. This is a nice big body on Cinderheart Giant, obviously. I like giants. And when he dies, he does 7 damage to any random creature that an opponent controls, which is pretty cool. It's also trample, which is nice and limited. This is a slow card. We ran 2 on the last game, but that was out of desperation because I didn't want 2 of them. Actually, I think I took 1 out. Anyways. I haven't seen any... Until I see some vehicles used against me, I'm not going to use vehicles. I need to see them in action before I decide what I think of them. And I'm not it's just the fact that it's so conditional. I don't like it. I feel like it's down to either Icebreaker Kraken or Blizzard Brawl. There aren't any other strong, super strong, no, there aren't any strong green cards in this besides Blizzard Brawl. So I do like that passing this to the computer next to me, that they might not, go into green, at least based on this pack. And I might get some green. But who am I kidding? With this set, everybody's going into green. But I don't know how the computer works. This looks like something that I'll never end up using, really. I'm going to go with the Blizzard Brawl. Removal rules. Snow sorcery. So we were going into green again, maybe. Probably. Always going into green. Ice-Eyed Troll. I love Ice-Eyed Troll. Woodland Chasm. So we're already seeing, at least I'm hoping, one of these Snowlands tables. We saw a Snow Forest in the last pack, and now we're seeing a dual land in this pack. So this snow creature contributes to the Blizzard Brawl tabulation of snow permanents. So does the elf here. I'm gonna go with the troll. We're going into green, boys! I love green in this set. Lindworm, Might Table. Don't need multiple Lindworms, and we're in the first pack right now. Meanwhile, another dual land, and the Sculptor is another snow permanent, nice 2-drop, and can help you ramp because they can untap snowlands, meaning that they can create an extra, effectively create an extra land for you each turn that they're out after turn 2, if you have snowlands. Otherwise, we see a giant wizard that's a 2/5 that costs 1 last to cast if you control a giant or a wizard, but that doesn't stack. And then it enters the battlefield, search your library for an instant or sorcery with the same name as a card in your graveyard. No, not unlimited. Not doing that. Story Seeker, you don't see that's surprising that it's a common, but I haven't been seeing many of those because like they're very much in the meta game for constructed right now. A 3/3 flyer for 4 that can be foretold, so it can come out on turn 3 for 2 mana, I think. Yep. I think I'm just gonna go harder into green, so I'm gonna go with this snow permanents. We have 3 snow permanents already. I like it. We can start taking, I don't know, what do we got here? Enters the battlefield tapped, add 1, and then with blue, and this is a giant thing. 2 damage to each creature, activate only as a sorcery, scry 2. Interesting, that's board clearance, which I might want to take just to have on the side in case that we end up going blue at all. Blue and red. This is the only green card in the pack. Until end of turn, target creature gets +1/+1 for each creature you control. And ganks trample, but this is a sorcery, so it can't be a surprise. It must be blocked this turn. Only has to be. I made the mistake in the past of, you know, I'm just gonna grab this. This is like faster than this. Only requires 1 card. We've already seen that board clearance can come in handy. We may be going to green-red. Snow-colored swamp, weathered runestone, 2 to cast, artifact, non-land permanent cards in graveyards and libraries can't enter the battlefield. Okay. Players can't cast spells from the graveyards or libraries. So this effectively shuts down. This is a meta game screw card that like is put in specifically into sideboards and into decks where a metagame is strong in a certain type that is like grabbing cards from outside of the game, outside of people's hands, and so that's not for limited. Asgard Armory, Axgard. So it's Norse-ish. They've decided specifically to stay away from the real Norse names because earlier we saw what was clearly Loki as a card, but they didn't call him Loki. And this is, instead of Asgard, it's Axgard. Anyways, search your equipment, reveal them, put them in your hand, then shuffle. Nah. No. Okay. Biggie's back. We don't see a lot here for us. Mill 3 cards, return a land. Okay, so there is not much here for us. This is an interesting card, though. You need 3 power to crew that. The troll can't do it, and the sculptor can't do it alone, so maybe isn't that good. but it becomes a 4/4, which is essentially the the combination of their power anyway. But then it doesn't have a destruct. I don't like that card in what we've run so far. Maybe the Kennel Master. Raider's Carve isn't bad. Will I end up with... I like that it can, like, I don't know that I'll run this if I grab it, but I'll grab it because there's nothing else in this pack that I care about. I'm putting it right into the sideboard. Call me vehicle curious, but I'm not bullish on it yet. Trickster God's Heist. You may exchange control of 2 target creatures. So you can trade a creature forcibly with your opponent. You may exchange control of 2 target non-basic, non-creature permanents that share a card type. Very specific. Target player loses 3 life and you gain 3 life. This requires black mana. We've seen this before. Very slow, weak removal, creates tokens. This creates +1/+1 counters that give temporary lifelink and vigilance. This is a 4/4 for 5. When he enters the battlefield, you may exile a creature card from your graveyard. If you do, return an artifact or enchantment card from the graveyard to your hand. So far, I have no targets that I would care to cast that on. Oof, green kind of dried up here, didn't it? What do you guys think is the strongest in this pack? Wither Crown? Pseudo removal. It's been used against me quite effectively. We don't know if we'll be going to black. There's a bounce spell. Oh, I didn't even really look at it because I don't love blue in this set unless I'm going into giants. Wither Crown has so far been used against me quite effectively. It's pseudo removal, but so far it has been a thorn in my side. Putting non-creatures into my sideboard just so I can focus. Path of the World Tree I do like. Ruined Crown. I like Path of the World Tree. I like that it's fixing, and I like that it has a really cool late game mechanic. Allows for splash colors. A snow-colored swamp in this case would be okay, considering we already have a black card we wouldn't mind running maybe with Wither Crown. On the other hand, Elf Rogue takes us into Elves maybe, which can be a nice tribe, and fixes mana. Wings of Cosmos, a 1/3 wings. Wow, that is weird. Look at look. The wolves are so surprised. Love it. And his wings are the Aurora Borealis. That's why it's Wings of the Cosmos. That's so good. Zombie Wizard, spend mana for telecard. No. This can save you a creature if you want it back. And it can be pseudo removal. I would rather the snow-colored permanent. We don't know if we'll be going definitely into black, but so far we do have a... Oh, and I love this guy. Can be very effective in this set, getting rid of artifacts and enchantments. I think he's undervalued too. Another Wither Crown? Okay. I'd rather real removal. I'm not seeing other stuff here that I love. Shackles of Treachery is for very aggressive decks. I just generally don't like white in this set at all. And I've yet to see face a deck with white predominantly white cards that I found to be... You know what? I'm going to take the Broken Wings instead. I haven't seen a deck running predominantly white cards that I found to be threatening yet. You can draw 2 cards with Village Rights. I'll just take the dual land here. Lots of dual lands table, which is, I guess, good for me. And my opponents, because they're drafting with computers as well. Look at the top 3 cards of your library. Put 1 in your hand and the rest in your graveyard. Nope. Nope. This is kind of like removal, but it's not. But it kind of changes the might. No. It's Sorcerer. I hate that card. I don't like that card. It puts all the decision making in your opponent's side, which is like not a good thing. I'm just gonna take this. It's unlikely I'll run it since I already have some artifact destruction utility, but... Hello, bud! None of these cards are good, but I'll take this to try to keep the bots out of green if it has any effect, I'm not sure. Oh, this guy could be put in. Sure, I don't mind Dread Rider. I don't love him, but I don't mind him either. Hello! A Zombie Cleric. A 4/4 for 4. If a non-token creature an opponent controls would die, exile it with an ice counter on it instead. So, one of their creatures dies, put an ice counter on it, and don't put it in the graveyard. You freeze it instead. Then you may cast spells from among cards in exile your opponent can own. Your opponent. You may cast spells from among cards in exile your opponent's own with ice counters on them. So basically, it puts it on ice and says that one's put that on ice. I might want to use that. So you get to use your opponent's stuff, your opponent's creatures that die, and you may use snow permanents to cast. Okay. That's really interesting. And it doesn't have to be this guy who kills them either. So you can steal creatures from them. That's why he's a necromancer. Okay. Or Rune of Mortality, enchant permanent. When Mortality enters the battlefield, draw a card. As long as enchanted permanent is a creature, it has death touch. As long as enchanted permanent is equipment, the creature has death. Okay, yeah. This guy deals damage according to how many wizards you have to a target when he comes out. He's a 4/2 for 4 otherwise. This guy's an aggressive 4/4, sometimes on turn 5. A ton of white cards that I don't want to look at. This is a really weak pack, so I think this is obvious. I'm taking the Necromancer. Looks like we're going into green-black. There's a Packmate, which I love. Craven Hulk. He's a cowardly giant. Lots of blue and white cards. Poison the Cup. Oh, Packmate or removal? Oh, Hugo, did you have a lot of grass? Target snowland you control becomes a 4/4 elemental. Hugo just puked some grass up. He ate some cat grass. Target. Oh, he's going again. Oh, that's so gross. I hope I talked over it. You can turn a snowland into a 4/4 with hexproof and haste. That's interesting. Is it enough to splash blue and go along that route? The Packmate is one more. Oh, fuck. Like, Poison the Cup is obviously great, but I just fell in love with the Packmate in the last game, like, and I only got to play him once, but boy, is that amazing. I have to get this, though. I have to get the removal. Turn 5/5/5. Jarl has forsaken another zombie cleric. We have zombie cleric so far. A 3/2 on turn 4, but it's a flash, so it gets to be cast like an instant. A 3/2 body that kind of like jumps out there out of nowhere. It's kind of cool. When he enters the battlefield, destroy target creature. Yeah, so this destroys anything that was dealt damage as well. Spectral Steel. Enchanted creature gets +2/+2. Exile Spectral Steel from your graveyard. Return another target aura or equipment from your graveyard to your hand. No. I don't want that. Oh, dual land. Or hammer in a color that we haven't decided to go into yet. We do have one decent red card so far that we could end up in red with. I like the hammer. It's essentially a 5/1 creature for 3 mana, but you get to keep the equipment afterwards. We don't have a lot of fixing yet. We have one black-red, so like red is something we can splash. I just don't know about the hammer yet. Like, it's a body. It's a weak body, but it is a body. But I don't think I love it enough. I would rather get the dual land and have more options later than splash right now. Neither the Jarl of Forsaken or the Dwarven Hammer is enough to make me want to take it over a dual land right now. Here's yet another, but another Blizzard Brawl, so I'm going to take that. We have 3 really nice pieces of removal now. Especially synergizing with snowlands, snow permanents rather. Run amok, smashing success, run amok. Target attacking creature gets +3/+3 and gains trample until end of turn. Zombie Berserker. Here's a snow permanent which goes well with and triggers gets menace 3-drop. Counts towards our Blizzard Brawls. So to remind you guys and myself, Blizzard Brawl. If you have 3 or more snow permanents, that includes lands and creatures that are called snow creatures, you get to, this is like perfect removal basically. If the creature's big enough, the creature gets +1/+0 and gets indestructible. And they fight each other. So it's like, if those go off, well, I want the bodies to do it, and I want the snow permanents to make it happen. So I'm gonna get the Grim Draugr. There's another Grim Draugr or a snow-covered swamp. I'd rather maybe another Draugr on the turn 3. So we've got some zombies. Oh, another Icehide Troll though. Fuck that. Getting the Icehide Troll. It's also a snow creature. Hey. I always like having at least one worm in the set, in the deck. 2? Or splash in this? No, we're not running giants, so that won't work. Let's get 2 worms. Our late game big bodies are covered. That's nice to know early on. Out of this, not looking at the blue cards, I could see maybe the Kennel I wonder if there's much that like benefits you for having zombies that says like if you have a zombie. I haven't seen many cards that say like all zombie cards do this or all zombies, you know. I've seen stuff that say all berserkers do things, but not all zombies. So I'm not sure the tribe, getting the tribe of zombies matters here. That synergy, but this isn't a bad card regardless. Do I take it over the Rune of Mortality? This is a pretty effective rune. Removal. I'm taking it. If you put Rune of Mortality on an Icehide Troll, that's a pretty big deal. That is a huge deal, in fact, I think. So I'm just going to take out my non-creatures out of the deck here. Because the Icehide Trolls are like permanent. If you have that, we do need to pick up. I'm going to take out the Dread Rider for now. We need to pick up some more snowlands, though, to make the Icehide Troll work. We don't have quite enough, I don't think, to make that happen. We only have 2 snowlands, so I need more. Because we have 2 snow Icehide Trolls, so we do, yeah. Black and green, we don't have... I guess the not Void Recluse is good to have as a 3-drop in this. The 5-drop, not bad. 5/5 body, 5-drop. Return Upon the Tide. 5 mana. Return target creature from your graveyard to the battlefield. If it's an elf, create 2 1/1 elf tokens. It can be foretold. Do we have any elves so far? We have 1 in the 5/5 that we just picked up. And we have a Shapeshifter, which also counts as an elf. And we have the Sculptor of Winter. We may pick up more. Let's just set that aside and think about it. Don't have anything here I want, so I'm just going to take the Roots of Wisdom, also an elf thing, but... The Recluse. Another zombie berserker. But it needs equipment to make it worthwhile. But otherwise it's you know, a grizzly bear, a black grizzly bear, so... Dragonkin Berserker. First strike, 2/2. For 2 mana. Boast abilities you activate cost 1 less to activate for each dragon you control. Well, that's specific. This guy has a boast ability that when he attacks, if you pay 5 mana, you create a 5/5 red dragon creature token with flying. So this guy is a must remove. Is there anything we can put on him? He's first strike. You put the rune, that rune I picked up on him, because he's first strike, he gets to deal his damage before anything is dealt to him. So Rune of Mortality on him means that he's attacking in a way that he can't be stopped and can't get hurt. So he attacks and you pay 5 mana and you get a free dragon every time he goes through. Best case, he's probably doing it twice. Best case, he could do it many times, but I mean, most likely it only goes off once. I don't know, removal is scarce. In limited. Any other green cards in here I like? We don't have much mana fixing, so we kind of are focusing on black, green, but we do have 1 red. We have 2 dual lands that are red and black, so red is very splashable right now. I'm gonna grab it. That could be quite a lot of fun. We already have one of these and it's very conditional, so I don't want another one. Here's a thing that combos well with the Berserker, the Deathnell Berserker. Goldvein Pick could pump him up enough so that his ability triggers. Equipped creature gets +1/+1. Equipped creature deals damage to a combat. Oh, this is also mana fixing if they're getting through and when they attack. Otherwise, we got this very expensive angel, which I'm not a fan of, and it requires white mana anyways. Splashable Crush the Weak, and I think I already have one. I don't know that I need 2, especially if I wanted to. And I also don't think we need the Glittering Frost for fixing. Though, with 2 Ravenous Worms, it wouldn't be bad to have at least 1. And we do need more Snowlands to trigger our trolls, so I think Glittering Frost is a must pick here over the others. We might see that pick table. There's the Packmate that I wanted to, and once again, it's a choice between Poison the Cup and Packmate. This isn't fair. Oh. Let's look at how many bodies I have. What's my creature outlook here? Take Poison the Cup out, take Glittering Frost out. We have 13 bodies so far, and we are 3 picks into pack 3. I need the Packmate, I think, over the cup. We have a few pieces of nice removal. I think I have to take the Packmate.
just because we're running a little bit precariously low on bodies. As much as I'd like to have 2 poison cups, it also lets you scry if it was foretold, which maybe is kind of like, so I would say because of the scrying ability, it's almost like card draw in the late, because of the fact that late into the game, it's like you can pass by lands that you don't want. It's not real card draw, but Poison the Cup's so good. I am taking Poison the Cup. It hurts me to pass that awesome wolf. Enchanted creature has reach and trample, and is every creature type. Turns them into a changeling, basically. Another Icehide Troll. And there's also a snow-covered mountain here. It's like we already have 2 Icehide Trolls, and we don't have a ton of snow-covered lands to make the Icehide Trolls work, and I am getting a bit desperate in that sense. So I think out of this pack, I'm taking the mountain over another Icehide Troll, just to make sure that we can actually activate the ones that we already drafted. And here's a snow-covered forest, which would make me a little bit happier about the trolls as well. I'm kind of just blurring my eyes now at these picks. Another recluse is unnecessary. But we do still need another body, don't we? In the next 7 picks, we must pick up 3 more creatures. Although there is a Dread Rider here, so maybe we just need 2 more good creatures. And any synergies in here? That doesn't work for us. Maybe the Helm, because it, again, maybe the Helm, because it can also be ruined with the rune, and it can go on to the what's his name? Death Knell Berserker again. We don't need another 3-drop. I'm taking the Helm, and I think that might go well with that black rune. Here's another snow-covered mountain. We still need 2 bodies. Buddy. Okay, you're just gonna take that? Hugo's leaving with...
Oh, that's nice.
He took the package and now he's chewing on it.
What the heck?
Here's a body, guys.
You can't just do that.
A 4-drop, and we do need the 4-drop. So the question is the Snow Mountain valuable enough to take? We aren't even running that much red. It's like, take a red card. What are we even running red for? This amazing rare. Okay, pretty good rare. And Snowlands for the sake of the Icehide Trolls. I think I would rather just the snow-colored land. These will probably be the only 2. Fuck. And I mean, we're also probably gonna run Crush the Weak, but that's the only thing. It's like the Icehide Trolls. I want them to be effective, so I'm taking the snow-covered land instead of the body. Here's a body that works in any deck. Oh, this is a good thing to have right here. He's a 5-drop. We have nothing in the 4-drop area right now, but I think I like this guy here. Helps us with the bodies we need. It's a semi-aggressive deck. It's interesting. 2/2 Pegasus flying. This lets us fix a little bit. Boast abilities cost 1 less. That's something to keep in mind, but that's not a big deal with this right here. For each dragon you control, so that doesn't matter. I think I'll take the 1/2. that works with this. We have a few elves now. And this would allow us to bring back the Berserker, which is a very scary card. Would we want to run 2 of these, though? I already have one. Whereas this, add 2 mana of any color, 2 mana of another color, spend this mana to cast anything. Oh, only to cast creatures and enchantment spells. Creatures you control get +1/+0. That's a difficult pack to look at. I don't think I'll run 2 of these, though. What else could I bring back with it? It's very expensive. I might run one. I think I might take this. Probably won't run anything that I take from this pack, though. This would be a hate pick, but I'm not playing the guys at my table. I might run Open the Omen Paths, maybe. It's kind of ramping. Oh, we got the red body, potentially. Do we want... Yeah, we want the 4-drop. We need the 4-drop. Oh. There we go. That's a very late pick giant. That's a good card, late pick. We have a really good... I like this 3 big bodies here. I don't think we need to run the Dread Raider anymore. I'm not gonna run that. I'm not gonna run that. Alright, I like this deck. Let's see what we got. Take them all out. So key, once again, you guys know I love these Frost Hide guys. So I've been disproportionately picking Snowlands because of how many of them I always am picking up. Icehide Trolls. 2 Icehide Trolls go in there. I think 2 Worms. Grizzled Outrider. The Giant. That's a 7-drop. 2-drop. 2-drop. Amazing 2-drop. Pretty much every creature's going in. Pretty much. Maybe not the Haggy Mob. I think I would rather the Craven Hulk. It's a weird curve. Do we need that many 2-drops? I like the number of 2-drops we have for the sake of the Sentinel allowing us to ramp a little bit. It ended up being... Okay, it looks a little less weird when you put the Recluses in. And that's 17 bodies. That looks good to me. Okay. Now let's look at our removal, which we know we have really decent removal in this deck. Yeah. 2 Blizzard Brawls. We have Rune of Mortality. I won't put that in there. No, I'm putting that in there because it synergizes with a bunch of stuff. 2 Poison Cups. The Glittering Frost I want. Now we're at 23. So Path of the World Tree probably won't trigger. It's not enough mana fixing, so I don't think it's even worth the fetching, unfortunately. It's not going to trigger. We picked this up early thinking we would end up with a lot of fixing, but I don't think I have enough fixing to go to get the white mana and the blue mana I would need to trigger it. I have the Glittering Frost that can do that, but that's the only thing. So that won't trigger ever, probably. We don't need to run pseudo removal like Wither Crown because we ended up with such solid real removal. Crush the Weak would be nice to run, but the thing is, having this Rune of Mortality in there and running the Death Knell Berserker makes me want to put in the Tormentor's Helm. Wasn't there one other piece of equipment I picked up that could pump up the Berserker? Maybe not. I thought I had another piece. But I don't. Took Snowland instead. I'm thinking of running the Tormentor's Helm. And that'll be my... yeah, I'm pretty addicted to 41st cards. I find it difficult to... Like, I almost want Crush the Weak instead of Tormentor's Helm, but it's just the combo with the Death Knell Berserker. Am I overvaluing that combo? Maybe it's more the combo with the Rune of Mortality that's the big deal, though. It combos with 2 cards. I think it's worth... You don't think you need 2 not void recluses? It is a big spike in the curve, isn't it? Sure, I'll take your advice on that. Because I'd like to run the Crush the Weak. We faced a few decks where tokens end up becoming a big issue. It'd be the 5th piece of removal, but a big piece. Potentially, against the right decks. You have a lot of 2 toughness. Yeah, that's what I was just about to start counting, is what kind of like toughness creatures we have. Outside of the trolls and the vandal, a lot of our guys would die when we run it, including the not void recluses. Now I'm gonna run the 2 recluses. I would rather the bodies, but would I want the Haggy mob over the recluse? That kind of fits in okay. The recluse is really easy to remove is the thing. Or would I want to just run this? Maybe this is fine. All right, yeah. We got decent snow-covered stuff, and I like that for the synergy in this deck. Let's see what they decided. 3 swamps in addition to my 1 snow-colored swamp, 2 mountains in addition to my 2 snow-covered mountains, and then we have 2 dual lands that cover our black and red mana as well. Other than that, we have 6 forests and 1 snow covered. This looks pretty good. I like it. Let's go. It's a red, black, green deck. 1 piece of mana fixing / ramping in it. Uh-oh. Look at this versus. That hardly seems fair. Lots of land. And no early bodies. I don't think I keep this opening hand. Fuck it. I've just had such bad luck mulliganing. I feel a little bit like shell-shocked. I do have something to do on turn 2, and that's playing Poison the Cup, which will let me scry and pass by land. So that helps me fix my rollout here. Let's start getting snow-covered stuff out there now. So we're already seeing 3 snow-covered permanents that we're going to need to use our Blizzard Duel or whatever we call that. What does this guy do? Boast, tap target creature. Do I care to kill that right away knowing I have 4 solid pieces of removal for a tempo play here? The tempo might be enough just to play the Recluse, knowing that if he attacks and he would have to tap it, I would like to trade the Recluse
more than I would like to trade the Poison Cup right now. So if he attacks and he doesn't tap the Recluse, Bounding Gold. What? He used a piece of removal on it. Can't attack, block, or crew vehicle. Okay, sure. Go for it. He used removal on that. I'm glad, because here's a really nice body that I hope you don't have removal for. Now I've got a 4/4 out there. He must have more removal to use it on that guy. I would like to use Poison the Cup soon so that I can scry past lands that are coming in order to get some real draws. He does not have more removal. Hello. Well, that's good. That worked out well for me.
I think I'd like to scry now. Because he will also become frozen, right? And they stay frozen. Who would I want to have? I want to have him. I want to scry now. We don't need lands right now. The 5-drop, I don't mind. I'll take that next turn. I'm not going to put Rune of Mortality on that dude that's out there right now. So, I now have this that I can use, this guy right here. I can cast him anytime. So it's basically I draw the card, and I can cast it with any colors as long as they're snowlands, I think. He's just going to tap my guy next turn maybe, so I'm going to attack 4 damage for 2 that he's going to swing for. I think the card says that I have to... Snow sources let me cast, so snow sources count as white mana when I cast this. That's so cool. But only to cast it, so I won't be able to use his ability. And he just took out my dude. I lost him, but I did get 1 card out of it. Oh, the card in my hand disappears. I had a feeling, I just didn't read it thoroughly though, so I wasn't certain. I still think we're in a better position than him. Wow, he's got a lot of removal. He did have a lot of removal. What else can this do? Okay. Wow. No blocks. Maybe I should have drawn first, actually. With Rune of Mortality. Remember, we have 2 worms in this deck that get us 4 health back. I'm not going to play the Rune of Mortality yet, though. We could cast a worm next turn if we draw into it. Scry 2, then draw 2 cards. So that was what he had foretold. That was an expensive play for him, but he did it at the end of my turn. Okay, I see. So he's got massive card advantage over me right now. I have bigger board advantage, but only by a slight amount.
that dude he's attacking with can tap anything on my side if he is willing to spend the mana to do it. Which would allow that guy to get through. Oh, that's just really bad luck. Let's draw then. It's not an ideal play on that guy, but I need to draw. Oh my god. Oh, that's nice. That's great. Let's kind of so if he wants to block him, he has to block him with two guys. Good. I'm gonna take out two. I'm gonna 2-for-1 him. He's actually willing to do that. Wow. Because it'll kill both. Because he has Death Touch. I mean, he does have the card advantage to do this, but okay. I wasn't expecting such a favorable trade. Huh. Well, it is a 2-for-2. No, because I drew a card with the dagger, so it's a 2-for-1 still. I 2-for-1'd him. Do I play a land, or do I keep him guessing? I'm gonna keep him guessing. I don't need more out there. Okay. Come on, draw into something. Thank God. Let's hope he doesn't have more of that removal. So I've got a nice piece now in this troll. I can pump him twice, meaning he can avoid being shot at. Now let's stall until we can draw into a worm. If he attacks, I can pump him twice, meaning he's going to kill whatever attacks. Oh fuck, I forgot about that. Shit. I forgot about that fucking ability. I have 4 pieces of amazing removal as well that I'm not drawing into. This is pretty bad luck, as we've seen much through today. I've got one of my pieces I've been able to draw into. You may play a snow permanent card from your graveyard this turn. If you do so, it enters the battlefield tapped. Okay. He played that side instead of the 3/3. Okay. Not my removal. I'll put out a chump blocker. I might as well attack with the troll, right? Like, because he's gonna get tapped otherwise. I'll activate him twice, knowing that I can, oh, I don't. I would have to. Oh. What? Oh, you have to do this first because it's sorcery speed? What? Oh, okay. Whatever. Yet another round of just shitty luck. We have 4 amazing pieces of removal that would be just doing so well against this deck that he's got over there right now, but he got all of his removal, I got none of mine. Crib creature gets +2s. Okay. They didn't pay it. They could have paid it, but they didn't. It's too late. It's already hit the ground. They hard cast it. Is the game locked?
Okay, the game locked up. Awesome.
But I think he hard cast that without playing the ability, without casting the angel that came with it. I'll take an apple treat, sure. This is the second time Magic's done this on the stream. You can do it after it comes in. Anyways, I'm just gonna concede. Our deck's better than his, he just got lucky. He drafted into all his pieces of removal. We got 1 piece of ours. That was unfair. 3rd time that's happened. I stand by my plays as well. I don't think I did anything wrong. Just played the cards I was given. Well, we don't need the 7 drop or the 5 drop, but we've got all our mana colors here, so let's not get greedy. Only 1 piece of snow-covered land. Oh shit. He's already got his big guy out there. Like, we didn't. Oh my god, I'm fucking pissed. Fuck. He can't cast him yet, though. Like, he has to get to turn 5 to make that happen. We better get our fucking removal. Like, how much do you have to draft? How much removal do you have to draft? He probably has a piece to get rid of the troll without me able to protect him. Still don't have any snow land. Oh, we do have snow land to protect him. Alright, I don't want to get greedy, so I'm not going to play the Recluse right now. It's not like he could do much out there. If the troll gets removed, they trade, so... Let me think. Do I really want to keep the snowlands open every turn from this point forward just to protect the troll when I could be playing an Outrider on turn 5 and a Worm on turn 6? Like, the big benefit I have right now is not missing land drops and curving out, so... Yeah, I shouldn't be playing that conservative, especially since he only has 2 lands. I should be playing an aggressive game here instead. A board, getting as much board as I can. Oh, did you heat it up? Oh my god. Thank you. It's an apple treat.
Yeah.
It's an apple crispy from the bakery. Mmm. 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 Only $1. That's a boast creature. Can go fetch lands. I'm just gonna go aggro. Because I'm dropping the Grizzled Outrider this turn. He doesn't know it, but I'll trade the Ice-Hide Troll for the Seeker. Yeah, I'm playing a 7/6 on turn 7. That's quite the curve out. Does the Seeker have first strike? No. What are you talking about? Oh, this guy has first strike. Shit. Whatever. I didn't know that though. I didn't remember it. But had I taken that into account, I wouldn't have attacked. Who knew Sados could be so sweet? He missed his 4th mana drop, but he gets to go get one. He may be running 5 colors then. I don't want to win this way because, like, our deck is actually doing good this time. And so the time our deck does good, our opponent does bad. I want my opponent to do bad when I'm doing bad, when I'm curving badly, then make him do badly. Like, I don't want to win extra. I don't need to win extra. I just need to win a bit. I want close games, not blowouts on either side over and over. Just gonna sack those guys. Because he foretold a card though, so he might be able to save his guys that he's blocking with here. Maybe I should have actually, doesn't matter if he puts it on the first striker. Didn't matter. You can't discount the power. All he's doing is drawing cards before the guy hits the board. He's not actually doing anything to the worm. You can't discount the power of the curve out. Even in lieu of removal, curving out into your 7th turn with a creature that is worthy of each turn you play, they have to answer it or they're in trouble. And that's where green gets its powers from, is being able to curve properly. I would like to just stop drawing mana, yes. I would really like to. I don't need any more mana. I've got what I need. So let's hope I don't draw anymore. Like, I'm gonna run out of gas if I don't start drawing something different. How many turns can Magic run? As many as it takes. But if you run out of cards in your deck, if you draw and you can't draw again, then how does it work in Magic? You lose. If you go to draw a card and you can't, in Magic you lose. In Hearthstone, you take damage each time. You take 1 damage the first turn, you can't draw a card, 2 damage the second turn, you can't draw a card, etc. In Magic, you lose if you can't draw a card. So like at this point, it says 27 cards are left in my library. So, you know, you could say, and he has 24 left, so he has 24 turns left if you want to think about it that way, but this guy can give -1/-1 to a guy for each snow land you control. So he'll be able to destroy my Ice-Hide Troll, and the Ice-Hide Troll will not be able to protect itself with indestructibility. Or will it? Does indestructibility, because it's not being destroyed, it's being, I forget exactly how that works. It's been a long time since I've seen that interaction. Minus counters beat indestructible. That's what I thought. But he might chump block regardless. He's not. I save my poisoning cup for when I see something that really blocks my guys. Looks like we win, but it wasn't a fun win. Just like my deck played really well, but like he had such a bad time that it wasn't fun. But like with a curve out that I just had, that's probably gonna win every time, pretty much, with that kind of curve out. You do that every time. He's got a cool rare dragon here, vampire dragon. Comes tapped. Exile up to 1 target card from a graveyard and put a +1/+1 counter on this guy. Oh my god, I got another worm. Come on. Should I attack that? Yeah, why not? The question is, should I remove... I should probably remove the Predator, just to get rid of the chump. I don't get the Scry, because I didn't foretell it. Wait a minute. Do I not have the extra swamp? Oh, I don't have the swamp. Never mind, I have to foretell this. Okay, so we're just attacking. Never mind, I must foretell the poison the cup. I can't believe we curved this hard. I can believe it, I guess, but like after so many rounds. So when my giant dies here, he's gonna do 7 damage to the remaining guy that he has, the priest. And he's about to take 6 to the face. He was able to sacrifice, make this guy indestructible, but I'll kill him in the next turn. This tramples through for a few extra damage though, because the giant has trample. Yeah, sure. Next. I mean, I still can't play this though, so, because I don't have the extra black mana. He's down to 1 life. That's indestructible, so it doesn't matter. I couldn't have pumped, it doesn't matter there either. That's pretty demoralizing for him. And then I'll foretell the cup. This is just mean, but he hasn't conceded. You know, I have to do what I'm doing.
There is a Wrath type card, I think, in black, but it does -1/-1 counters, I think. I'm remembering this right, for your Snowland permanents, and I don't think he would have enough to destroy my big bodies, so it doesn't matter that I'm overplaying my hand. He has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 is the best he could do. Oh yes, he did have Path of the World Tree, I forgot. He gets to draw cards. Ganged 2 health. He's not going to be able to save his dragon. Get the blocker out of the way. Because he has to tap it in order to save it, so, and it doesn't matter. I guess I could have gotten the Grizzly, but it really doesn't matter. He has to sacrifice. Yeah, there we go. I'm a gold level drafter, gold tier 2. Bitch. That played out well. Now you guys see why I pay so much attention to the curve. But that's not going to happen every time. But boy, was it nice. Because, like, you know, green in lieu of card draw, since it doesn't have any cards that draw, and it doesn't have any cards that can 2-for-1, like good removal, choice removal, it overcomes it with ramping and late game bodies that have more value built into 1 card instead. Right? This looks like it's keepable because of the Glittering Frost. All we need is... we can play the Masked Vandal on turn 2, and potentially Knotted Recluse on turn 3, or Glittering Frost on turn 3. It depends on the state of the game, but I think this is keepable. Only 2 lands, but we got Glittering Frost. And then we have 3 good bodies in here, and there's our 3rd land that we need. So that's good too. He played this very slow -2/-2 targeted removal that can create tokens when it goes off. I don't like that card. I mean, it's not good in my opinion. I wouldn't want to play it. I'm gonna keep my Masked Vandal though. Wait, he only initiates. Yeah, he's not worth putting out there right now. Yeah, he's not worth it. He's only a 1/3. And he has so much utility to destroy enchantments and artifacts. Ooh, I got both my Rune of Mortality and my helm, my Tormento's helm. Now I might want to think about putting Masked Vandal out there just to equip this stuff. But what we really want to equip that on is the Frost Trolls. I think maybe for tempo's sake, I'll put out the Knotted Recluse. I don't think we need to mana fix with Glittering Frost right now. We can do that anytime, but right now it's curving, so...
My opponent's deck's not looking very strong right now. Oh, I played the wrong card. I should have played the swamp. Whatever. You know, it's okay because I was actually debating whether I would want to play... Oh, I was debating whether I want to play the Necromancer right now or not, because if he does have a single piece, if he top decks a piece of removal, I'd rather him target the Recluse. Oh, he brought out that MVP, the Ice Shaper, that can create a snow artifact token named Icy Manolith that taps and gives you mana of any color, and then he can start spending 8 mana per turn to look at the top 4 cards of your library, then cast a spell from among them without paying the mana cost. So it's like card draw and, yeah, like built into itself, which is very interesting. Well, I would like it if he would block, so I'm attacking without... I could put the helmet on him, but I don't want that. I want to trade these creatures, so I'm not putting the helmet out there. I want that trade, and now that guy's set aside, and now he's mine next turn. If my Necromancer survives, he's mine. The Stella Ice Shaper, which is a pretty fucking big deal. So what this Necromancer does is he freezes anybody who dies while he's on the table. He sees them die and he puts them on ice. He preserves them in his fridge until a later date in which you get to cast that creature from within the ice block. You get to cast it. What is this card he played though, real quick? When enters the battlefield, choose one. Each player loses X life. Or you gain X life based on the number of creatures you control that have a type in common. So I'm definitely playing this turn, and I don't care that he sees that, honestly. I just want to get this out of the way for my own sake, my own mind's sake. I don't want this to die right now. I'm just gonna attack with this guy. Maybe I should have attacked with him first, because then I would have been able to cast whatever he kills right away. No, that's fine. I have to discard a card? Well, I don't care about killing your pick, so I'm going to get rid of the Vandal. I'd rather keep my Rune of Mortality and my Poison the Cup. While I wouldn't have mind killing that pick, I don't care. The pick isn't strong enough for me to give a shit about. So I'll get rid of the guy who could have destroyed the pick. He's got this guy out there now that says whenever a non-token elf or berserker you control dies, you draw a card and lose 1 life. So if this elf or this elf die, he gets to draw a card. I think I would like him to not draw cards, but on the other hand, I want to be attacking. The Rune of Mortality could go on the helmet right now and attack and kill whatever it touches. I can also, whatever dies in this battle, I would be able to cast, including just making him discard cards. I need to put the Rune of Mortality on the helmet. That's going to cost me 3 total mana, which reduces my ability to cast whatever I want.
can't cast. Oh, I could cast the Poison Cup right now. So I put the rune. Oh my god. Here we go. Look at this. Blizzard Brawl. He's indestructible because of my permanence. Oh my god. This is silly. This is welcome to the circus of value. Yeah, this is so much happened when the timer was going, but there's a lot happening and it's very good. And there's very good combos and very good fun synergy. So the helm has a rune on it that gives whoever's wearing the helm +1/+1, plus the rune makes him have death touch, meaning anything he touches, he kills no matter how much damage it was and how tough the creature was that he faced. In addition to that, I drew into my Blizzard Brawl that says that he's indestructible so long as I have 3 snow permanents, which I do. And that forces him to fight anybody that I point at. So I pointed at a guy, and then I was able to cast the guy using the Necromancer, because the Necromancer saw him die on the same turn. Now, I get to steal the Mentor over there. This feels very unfair. This is insane. I get to draw a card as well if that guy dies. And I still haven't even initiated the Ice Shaper yet. The Ice Shaper I can be playing at any time. How much damage will I do? I'll do damage to both, right? With this, so that. What? And now I get to draw a card from that. And I get to choose zombie because he died when his power was pumped. Oh my god. I can't believe this guy hasn't. Okay, there he goes. Boy, I hope that can happen a lot. That was fun. That was all the deck synergy in one, all wrapped up in one. I didn't even get to use the Ice Shaper. I could have used the Ice Shaper at any time to look at the top 4 cards in my library and played any of them without playing the casting cost. And I'm a deck that has like 4 creatures over 5 casting costs, so that would have been an incredible card to use. But I didn't need to. I was just dominating too hard to care. Your opponent had a nice elf deck, and you decided it was your deck. Basically. So, while Magic can be overwhelming, and it can be quite complicated sometimes. The boards can get very crazy compared to Hearthstone. On the other hand, what's fun about that is how wild things can be, how crazy stuff can happen. Like, where in Hearthstone, some pretty crazy stuff can happen, but in Magic, holy crap, the crazy shit that can happen is insane when it goes off. So while it's like overwhelming, it's also kind of fun too. Alright, so looking at this, my Blizzard Brawl isn't going to be able to do a lot because I only have 1 snow permanent coming out. Unless shapeshifters count as snow creatures. I think they do, right? Because they are every creature type. So Blizzard Brawl should actually work. Shapeshifters are not snow creatures, but they're is snow not a type? It's a descriptor, to be sure. Oh, snow creature, elf rogue. Elf rogue is the type. Snow creature is the stipulation, such as land, or snow land, or a creature, or snow creature. So it's not the type, it's the
whatever it is. Whatever you want to call it. It's kind. It's a kind. Any type. Or what do you call it? The Chariot card. An artifact is a kind of card. A sorcery is a kind of card. It's not the it's super type. Is that really the official wording from Wizards? So we can't cast the Helm. I don't want to cast the Vandal. This is actually a pretty poor rollout here. Especially since he's about to... He could sacrifice that guy and take out anything he wants on my side. Doesn't matter if I attack. But yeah, this is a bad rollout. Very slow. Not a lot of synergy here. With the lack of snow permanence is really annoying. This is annoying. Come on. When it enters the battlefield, scry 3. When it dies, draw 3 cards if 3 or more creatures died this turn. Okay. Make sure that he doesn't die in the same turn that 3 or more creatures die. Like, really make sure. If I got a red mana, I could combo Blizzard, Brawl, but you know, that's not great because I'll lose the creature. It'll be a 2-for-1 on myself, but on the other hand, I really want to get rid of this Rune Eyes creature. This legendary human wizard over there. Snow is officially called super type. Interesting. I'd never heard that before in all my years. Okay, we're drawing into our late game, which I guess is nice. Why is this castable? I don't have red mana out there. Huh? Oh, because this guy creates anything I want. Right. So we can cast the Helm. Probably I should trade out. I don't want him to get 3 cards in hand. Right now, that's my only chance, is maintaining this somewhat sense of board balance. So let's do this. I hate that this is happening. Like, I hate that I don't have the snow permanence to make him indestructible, but at least I get to keep the Helm. So it's like it's a 2 for, like, I 2-for-1 myself, but it was my only chance really to prevent them from getting some really nice card draw. Didn't want them to draw 3 cards. I do have the Mass Vandal online, and I do have a creature that I can get rid of to make the Mass Vandal useful if he plays an artifact. That's true. Magic the Gathering, the card game, started in 1993. So yeah, the first, like, I started in 4th edition, but the first few editions of Magic came out like really fast. So like I basically started within like the first 3 years of Magic starting. Pretty much when it came to like I doubt that Magic when it first started was immediately in Canada anyways. I started as soon as I found out about it, basically. When Ascendant Spirit becomes a Spirit Warrior with base power and toughness of 2/3 for 2. Okay, so it can become a 2/3 by spending 2 snow-covered mana, but they don't have 2 snow-covered mana. 3 snow-covered mana. In addition, you can put a flying counter on it, and then it becomes a 4/4. It's permanent, these transformations. And then it can also become a 7/7 angel that draws cards. So I don't get to play my Cinderheart Giant even if I draw, even when I hit my 7th turn, because I don't have 2 mountains. I'm just gonna foretell my Poison the Cup, and that's all I can do right now. This sucks. This is a really slow game. He's got 2 cards. I have the card advantage, thankfully. No attacks. No use. There's no use for it. So this is scary, potentially, but not right now. At most, for now, it becomes a 2/3. And he still can't do that. He's not drawing into his snow permanents. The last 3rd ability can stack. He can do it over and over. He can keep on putting counters on it. Very scary, I suppose. Yeah. I could prevent him from drawing a card right now by poisoning that creature. Let's just do it. So this will prevent him from drawing a card because the rune doesn't come into the battlefield because it has no target. I'm destroying the creature that he targeted with the rune before, because the way the magic works is he prevented it. He gave it indestructible. So that was a perfect example of last card played, first to resolve. So he ended up putting a +1/+1 counter on it and making it indestructible before the poison took effect. So he saved his creature. So he 2-for-1'd me. Unfortunate, but at least I still have the card advantage in hand. And I can destroy the rune if I feel I have to. But yeah, if he draws into Snowlands, I'm in a little bit of trouble. He still can't get, oh, thank goodness, but I still don't have the mana! All right, so we're passing the turn. At least I got my worm ready. So I have much better card advantage because it's unlikely what he has in hand. Cosmos Charger? Flash, flying. Foretelling cards from your hand costs 1 less and can be done on any player's turn. Foretell, okay, that's fine. I can block that as well. Well, I can't, but... Yay. Here's the worm. So the Cinderheart Giant's not coming out anytime soon. I need 2 mountains to do it. But at least I have the worm. And he came with a big horn. They blew a horn when he came out. And I know that he doesn't have removal in hand. He might top deck some, but... Oh, I forgot about the Sentinel. Yes, I just need 1 mountain. Because the Sentinel, if I really felt like I had to, I could tap maybe the Vandal. I could play the Vandal, tap the Vandal, and then... He's gonna tap. That's fine, because it's not tapped already. Oh, he can tap it. That's fine too. He might attack for 2. Maybe. He attacked with 2 guys. I still don't care to remove that enchantment. What other abilities does this Torment have? It does 1 damage when it becomes blocked. Maybe I'll put that on the worm just so that Well, anyways, yeah, just so it does the extra damage. Why not? Because I have the mana to spare.
If it's a race he wants, I'll win that race, I believe, based on the board right now and the cards that are at hand. He wants to outright race. He didn't expect the 5/5, perhaps. It's now a 3/4. At this point, maybe I'll consider destroying the flying permanent. I don't know. I still don't feel like I'm threatened. Because he needs one more snowland to make it into an angel. And at that point it becomes flying anyways. Yeah, I'm not threatened by that still. You can keep the rune. And I get to gang more life again. He doesn't know that. He can now sacrifice and kill my sentinel. He doesn't know though that the sentinel is what I really. I don't think I'm gonna do anything. I'm not gonna move the helmet because then he could respond. Equipment can't be equipped at instant speed anyway, so it's not like I can respond. If I tried to move the helmet, he's going to kill the sentinel. He'll know that I'm trying to protect the sentinel because he now has enough snow lands to sacrifice his priest and kill my sentinel. He can also give -1/-1 to the Grizzled Outrider, and I wasn't paying attention, so I might lose the Grizzled Outrider. I should have put it on the Grizzled Outrider. Fuck me. But whatever. I'm doing 7 damage. I should have paid more attention. He's chump blocking. Oh! He didn't realize what he could do. He could have killed my Grizzled Outrider. Am I missing something? Did he just make a big mistake? I made a big mistake, then I think he responded with a pretty big mistake. Because it doesn't cost mana to do that either. He noticed and said, oops. Yeah, he could have taken out the Outrider. And saved, in addition, he could have saved the Strider in the same go. You make a mistake, your opponent makes a mistake. Tit for tat. Rank up gold tier 1 today. 2 tiers I've gone up today. Oh, it's sorcery speed, says somebody, so he would have had to do it before the attack. Are you sure it's sorcery speed? Does it say that after the ability text? It must say it at the bottom. Okay. So he wouldn't have been able to do it. The best he could have done was he could have not defended with it, taken the face damage, and then sorcery. He wouldn't have saved the Strider, but he would have killed the Grizzly. But he would have taken extra face damage, another 6. So it was grim regardless of how you look at it for him. Okay, the Sentinel. This doesn't look great. But the Sentinel combined with the Berserker might, if I don't get my drops, might help me get to the Troll. I'll keep it. I'm just shell-shocked from some really bad mulligans today, so I probably, if it wasn't for what happened today, I might have considered more strongly mulligan. You know, no, this is a pretty good opener. Oh, he's got an aggro deck. All right, keep that in mind. That pop will be first strike and won't be able to be first strike next turn, though. Let's get the Ice Troll out ASAP. I know he's aggro, so he'll be ready to block, but I know that he can't do much with the pop next turn. He's not going to attack. Uh-oh. Well, I wouldn't have come. Okay. He's got a very aggressive deck. The Ice Hide Troll will not be able to initiate until the Glittering Frost takes effect. Let's hope we don't lose the troll. And God Lord, we need... do I do this, or do I try to grasp control, take the face damage next turn just to try to get back into the curve game here by playing Glittering Frost instead now? I think this is the right play. Because if I don't do this now... like, because I didn't get my third land drop, this is a bad scenario. Where I don't get the land drops and I face an aggressive deck is pretty much the worst case scenario against an aggressive deck. And these aggressive decks are rare, but they happen. All right, so at least we get an indestructible troll now. We want to do this. I had to override the game's decision here so that I have snow-colored mana to keep the troll alive. Let's hope the troll survives, because if he has a piece of removal in addition to it taking damage next turn... Okay, it can't survive that, because that's an exile instead of... that is the most perfect removal, because it exiles instead of destroying. Bad rollout. He's gotten the perfect rollout for his aggro, too. This can kill the pup when it attacks next turn. This is just, it's a really bad luck, so unfortunate. If I get my 5th land drop, maybe I can claw my way back in if he can run it, if he runs out of gas, but he's gonna attack and make that guy a 4/4, and he's got the removal that he needs to get by, so it doesn't matter. Yeah, this is, he had the perfect rollout, I had the worst. Wait a minute. That's a snow permanent, that's a snow permanent. Wait a minute. Like, it's a long shot. It's a long shot. But I might claw my way back in, knowing that I have worms in this deck that can give me 4 life when I cast them. Who knows? Maybe I can claw my way back in. I would rather chump this, actually, next turn. He can boast it twice, so if it does get by... Yeah. Who knows? Knowing that I have worms. Yes, that's very funny. So the pup has first strike, meaning I'm gonna lose. Okay, he had removal, so I would have lost if I... Oh, I would be down to 1 health. Knowing the 5/5's coming, the fact that I have worms in this deck, I could possibly claw my way back in to this
but now I don't have the body to tap for the mana required to cast my 5-drop, but now I have my 5th drop. Okay. Do I keep the Sentinel just to be a chump, just in case? Do I care to... Yeah, I keep the Sentinel as a chump. I have to. I should. That's the right play. It's like, I'm not that desperate. Or like, we're not... I don't know, man. I was about to concede, but then that top decking, that removal, I've just had so much bad luck with getting removal this game, I didn't even think I would come into my removal, and I did. So now there's a chance that he runs out of gas, and I just scrape my way back in here. So I'm gonna... he decided not to attack at all. And I could get a 5/5 dragon now if he doesn't remove this. He can boost his little Fearless Pup twice in order for it to kill the Grizzly, so I just want my Sentinel as a chump blocker. Fearless Pup can be quite effective late game when the opponent has the mana to make it go off. We're playing the long game here, and we're hoping we get a 5/5 dragon. He sacrificed the pup and drew 2 cards. He's looking for removal. He wants to get rid of the Berserker. He knows that's trouble. He's highlighting it. You can see he's highlighting it. He put Wither Crown on it, meaning that it can't activate its abilities. No. Oh. In Magic, can you attack with a creature with power of... Can I attack with a creature that has 0 power? Yes, you can. Is it Hearthstone where you can't attack with a creature with 0 power? Now, how greedy do I get? I should probably keep the Grizzled Outrider untapped. I shouldn't get too greedy. I know that he's on his heels, but if he gets one good top deck card, he could end this game. And I think I've got enough of an advantage right now. I'm just not gonna get greedy, even though like all I would have had is 1 chump blocker if he didn't block, and now he's got... Can he trigger this boast ability multiple? No, he can only do it once, so he can make me lose 1 mana. I'm attacking with 2 now that I have the Recluse on the way. I can't believe that I got back into this without drawing a worm. Wow! Magic! I almost conceded, so don't say well played, because that, like, you know, goes against my usual mantra. It's just that I've been a little bit tilted today with some bad luck and draws, and that rollout was so bad, and his rollout was so good that it looked like basically the worst case scenario, that how could I get back into this? But then he just ran out of gas, completely ran out of gas, and I got some very key draws. I won 4. Nice. Hello, Hugo. He is a Christmas kitty. I mean, you can't feel too bad for that guy because aggressive decks like that win, and they win. What they live and they die by the strategy that they chose. It works or it doesn't, and sometimes you have to accept that, you know, you're gonna run out of gas. That's on you. I mean, it's not on you, it's on the cards, I guess, but like that's just how it goes. You have to. He knows it. Don't feel bad for him. That's all I'm saying. So while we do have mostly black cards in here, we didn't draw a forest, and Ravenous Lindworm is the only green card in this pack, or in this opening hand. Let's keep it. Most of our cards are green, but our opening hand only has one late game green card. Not a single forest. So let's hope we don't just draw all green creatures from this point forward or something. We got our black mana and our red mana, but no forest.
The Necromancy Zombie Dragon Token Perfect Curve. Yeah, it's done everything. Salazar, Shadow Cat. Like, a lot of things have happened with this deck. So he's got a 2/2 lifelink over there. If he attacks next turn, we know what he has in hand, probably. I'm not going to attack, and I'm going to see what he does. Will he call my bluff? Will I call his? There will be bluffing. He spent, okay, he decided not to do any bluffing, and here I'm drawing into green cards without a play. And I have Glittering Frost, which would solve all my problems. I'm going to start attacking, knowing that if he decides to block now, I get to take that Story Seeker next turn. And he knows it. He has nothing to buff his Story Seeker, but he might have a piece of removal. Though one would expect if he had removal, he would have taken out the Berserker before it had a chance to trigger its ability, and he'd have to think that maybe I have that ability to trigger that in my deck. I want that pack mate. I want to play it, I want the card draw, but I'll accept the Kennel Master attacking right now. Attacking for this much. They're indestructible, both these creatures. That's a lot of damage. That's quite the rollout. So now my deck is now an aggro deck. This deck has been everything today. It's been control, it's been green ramp curve, it's been aggro. We get the worm if we get if we draw a land. We get to we need a green land. Oh, we get to the Grizzly Outrider now. He would probably, if I attacked with the Necromancer, he would block with multiple. Do I keep the Necromancer back and just attack with the Kennel? Yeah, that's the play. Attack with just the Kennel Master. Knowing that if he chooses to chump, I get to keep those chumps, and he knows it too. That's a terrifying card, the Necromancer. He's got a worm, gets 4 life back, but I have Poison the Cup. I do have the mana to cast it, I just have to put out this first. Wait, what mana is being used? No, we want to blip, blip, blip.
blip. Sometimes you have to override the computer to get the right colors. Do I have lethal if I attack? But no, I don't. He could chump, and I wouldn't. I'll attack with those two. This looked grim at the beginning, not drawing into a forest, but it ended up working out. So I get to potentially get... Okay, what order do I want this in? I'll only get to kill 2. I definitely want the Packmaster. Wait, he didn't block with the Packmaster? Just these guys. He doesn't want me to have the Packmaster. I get to keep both, though. So it doesn't matter. I'm dealing 5 damage. Done. I have 3 cards that are his that I get to cast with the Necromancer potentially next turn. I get to cast his worm. Oh no! Oh, he destroyed one of my lands instead of the Necromancer? Okay. If he killed the Necromancer, I would have lost. He might have crawled way back, like back into this game if he killed the Necromancer, but he didn't. He destroyed my snow enchantment. Okay, that's fine, because, like... That's fine. Now I get the Packmate. Next turn. If he can't destroy my Necromancer this turn, I get the Packmate, so I get an extra card draw. I think I understand Untouchable. I think it was the wrong play. For all he knew, I was like holding lands in hand. I want to know what I have coming before I attack. Another worm. Oh, this is wild. Story Seeker as well. Is he just gonna... I'm surprised he hasn't conceded. He's not running black, so I think black has the only Wrath in this set. I can now attack with the Berserker. He has the ability to kill the Berserker, that's fine. I had a feeling he had something like that in hand, but it doesn't matter. Guys, we might hit platinum drafting today if I get one more win. There's one Wrath in white, Doomscar. What is that? Is it a uncommon or common? I will never play around rare. I probably wouldn't even play around uncommon Wrath. Unless they're really telegraphing it. Rare, 5 mana, destroy all creatures. Foretell, 3 mana. Oh, so yeah, if they have a foretold card, you could maybe think about playing around it, but... So this is a very bad opening hand. This is very bad. I have to mulligan this time. This is very keepable. We'll get rid of the worm. Or do you keep the worm and get rid of the Kennel Master? What's better here? We'll draw into worms.
I just like the worm. Got an aggressive white deck. I might want to cast my Masked Vandal without its benefit. If it's an aggro deck, I want to keep it under control to some extent. So we don't get to kill any enchantments or artifacts with our Vandal. But we slow down what might be a very aggressive deck on his side, and that does make me afraid. So I think what we need is double red mana more than we need double black, because I'm not going to cast my Poison Cup right now, I don't think. What does this thing do? Huh. He's running equipment. Yeah, okay, maybe I should get rid of that thing right now. Right now? Or do I want the ability to scry? Right now. I don't want him like playing a Dwarven Hammer on it or something and coming in for a whole bunch of the damage. Like if this is an aggro deck and he's living and dying by that aggression, let's keep the game under control. Yeah. Enchantment. He's got lifelink on his stuff.
I could start going in with Menace in a bit, maybe, but for now, I'm the one running out of gas. One, two, three, four, five. One more land and I get to play my Cinderheart Giant. We got rid of his token generator. My guy doesn't die. So now we get to get even more aggressive next turn. Multiples of those, huh? Interesting deck. You don't see many of these. Joe Matt, I have to disagree. I think that the tutorials for MTG Arena are a little bit lacking. I think a new player, a completely new player, would need a little bit of supplementary content to help them. I got the Necromancer, but I don't think I'll be killing anything with them. Yeah. This is an interesting matchup here. It's a bit of a race. The lifelink is helping them a lot. Wild. What do they have in hand that can, like, do they have something that's gonna just face damage? It's not like I could block anything, so it doesn't matter. They might have some equipment that's just gonna end this right now. I had no idea what was gonna happen. Evidently, out of the 5 cards they were holding in hand, they had nothing that could help them. This has been some wild stuff. So this is the highest I've gone in MTG Arena draft so far. Out of the, we could go all the way. So I've won 850 gems at this point, so I get a free draft plus some. But could we go all the way? I didn't, like, I knew this deck was not bad. I thought it was a fun deck. I didn't know it was this good. And we've been having some bad luck. We've had some good luck, but it hasn't been like I've just gotten, like, lucky every time or anything like that, like amazing draws and amazing curve outs. We've had to mulligan. We've had some real shaky starts. This looks like keepable. We have all 3 colors that we need. We have an early play, which must be removed, so it's a removal target. We have a 3rd turn play in either the Recluse or the Ice Hide Troll. The Berserker comes out. Yeah, it's an auto remove, honestly. Like, I mean, I'm not gonna play around that. I'm happy to take a piece of remove from him for that. I'll trade the Freezing Flame for the Recluse, so I'll put the Spider out, hoping it doesn't get removed. So the Frostbite being taken out of his hand helps me here. He will get to draw a card if they trade. Oh shit, and he gets to draw a card anyways. Because he had Provoke the Trolls. Pretty good roll up for him. I don't want to block this turn. I'll take 3 to the face if I have to. He's not going to attack either. I now have 3 snow-colored permanents, meaning my Ice Hide Troll will kill the Freezing Flame. I want to get rid of the Freezing Flame before the Hulk. And I don't know that I'm not gonna chomp, but he doesn't know that. And I can also block with the troll anyways next turn. Because I didn't attack there despite what it looked like. My Ice Hide Troll just used Blizzard Brawl to face off with his giant. Next turn I can play Cinder Heart Giant if I'm willing to give up the blocker in Ice Hide Troll. Another Hulk. Okay. he's not gonna try to bluff or anything like that. Do you have removal for a 7/6? We will know if you do if you attack. If you attack, you're bluffing. You probably have removal. He probably has, like, since he's running red-blue, he either has bounce or pure damage removal. He has his own Cinderheart, so we're in a bit of a standoff here. Now I'm hoping, oh my god, this is interesting. So the good thing is that I have snow and a perfect block over here. But this is very interesting match. No attacks. We're at a standstill a bit, and now we're looking for who has the best top deck. I need to draw into one of my pieces of perfect removal. I think I have the advantage here. Oh, okay. Yeah, I'll trade. I'll take the 1 damage to the face because I don't want to protect the troll twice, and I have a feeling he might have a piece of removal to get rid of the troll if I were to block with the troll, which would be something you might do just to save yourself 1 damage, but that would be a bad move. I'll take 1 face. We trade giants. And now, who's gonna die? Random creature dies? Who's my random creature? Oh. Well. Do I have to use the Ice Hide Troll's ability now? I think I do. I have to activate it now because I won't get another chance. I have to make him indestructible just in case. He wanted to... Alright. And now... Whew, thank goodness. Wow! This is crazy. Should I play the Glittering Frost? I don't need to. But I might as well. I have less... I can't block next turn anyways, so I might as well attack. So he's winning the race, damage-wise, if we're just gonna go haymakers at each other with our Craven Hulks. And now he has a Frostspire Arcanist. When it enters the battlefield, search your library for an instant or sorcery with the same name as a card in your graveyard. Reveal it and put it in your hand. Does he have Squash? Is he gonna squash my giant? If he has Frostbite, that's fine. Does he have Squash? He doesn't have Squash. Wait. He has Provoke the Trolls. That's all he has. So he'll be able to knock through for some extra damage. And I draw into a land. So he has a piece of removal. And he has a blocker that can stop my Craven Hulk quite easily. And he has the ability to bust through next turn for 11 damage. I have no choice but to really attack because there's nothing I can do about it. He's gonna block. He's gonna do 11 damage next turn at the very least. He doesn't know what I have in hand, but he's gonna attack. He knows that I'm bluffing. Oh, he decided to well, okay, so he's not swinging for 6 this turn. He'd rather, that's actually favorable. I would prefer that. This gives me a chance to draw into a worm. This gives me extra turns. And I draw another land, so the game is over. Damn, man. Sucks to... That was a cool face-off, but it sucks to lose that way. Just... It could have been either one of us could have won that. That was like... completely at the heart of the cards. This deck was amazing. Oh, we've only lost twice. We have another chance, guys. I thought we'd lost twice already. We have one more chance to go for... And a good opening hand. Decent. It's not bad. Hopefully we'll be able to fix. We don't have any cards of different colors that we need. Looks like an aggressive deck. Get my Recluse out there. He foretells what? I still don't know white, and I don't know white cards enough to know what he foretold. But I'm gonna put the Vandal out there. I might want to destroy this Raptor. What do I want to destroy? The Raptor or the Seeker? I do have the ability to block the Raptor unless he puts equipment on it. Let's just keep... Let's not worry about facing off yet. Let's keep the tempo game slightly under control. I don't know what he foretold. He might have just gotten the mana he needs to play whatever he foretold. Okay. I don't want to lose my Ice-Hide Troll. Is that a bluff? Why would he bluff here? What could he play to protect his Story Seeker? Is he just bluffing? I'm gonna let it through. I'd rather not take the face, but I'd rather keep the Ice-Hide Troll. I don't have the extra snowland yet to protect the troll. Let's see what he does. He had mana open and we know he's foretold a card. I feel like if I play this wrong... Alright. I will respond with Blizzard Brawl if he plays something on the Raptor to protect it. I'm going to... I don't mind losing the Vandal. He was bluffing. When it enters the battlefield, you may search your library and or graveyard for a rune card. Reveal it, put it into your hand. If you search the library this way, shuffle. He has Rune of Speed, so whatever he plays can come out. Okay, now that we know he was bluffing, and he doesn't have any mana open, I'm gonna play the Berserker since I'll have the mana. I'll wait a second. I'm gonna play the Blizzard Brawl while I have the ability, I think is the right play. So I'll hit that. I want to hit the life linker because I want him to stop. If he's racing, I want to stop that right now. And I wouldn't mind trading the Runeforged Champ. Yeah, I'd be happy to trade. Okay. Interesting. Now there are multiple strong removal targets for him to target. This is hard for me to see, to think, oh, Brawl was a sorcery, so I was thinking the wrong strategy in the first place. Once again, does he really want to take out, like... If he wants to use... Wait,
What is going on here? Okay, I was about to say, is he like trying to feint? Well, first of all, he's mana screwed. That's one thing to keep in mind. Second, it felt like he was feigning in order to create a wrath situation. So I was right there. He's playing really good. I mean, things are working out for him too. The board situation was quite favorable. Create humans. He's just drawing a card and getting +1/+0. I'm gonna keep the blocker. No, I won't need the blocker because I hope he doesn't have any pacifism effects. Worm can claw me back in. I was hoping he was going to chomp the Usher. I don't know why he would, but like, you know. Maybe he would do it just because of the amount of cards he has in hand, but whatever. This is the first game this run that I've felt a little iffy on some of my plays. It's like I just don't know the white, because I haven't played as it, so I don't know the white side of the board. I don't know what to expect as much playing this type of player than I would if I was playing somebody who was running green and red and black. The amount of time he's taking. Oh no. Oh, wow. Well, that's something to think about. Keeping stuff open to block. Oh, all right. So he was doing head math to see if that made sense for him to do. 11 damage. I have to keep. I can't win. Damn. Wait, I have reach. I have a reach chump. Oh my god. Holy shit. Okay, keeping 2 chumps. Let's hope he doesn't have removal. He has to though, right? He must. But he would have used it? What does he have in hand? We're both down to 3. Enchant permanent bound. Ah! Good game. Didn't do it in time. That was either person's game as well. So our last 2 matches could have gone either way. Was that his top deck? Were you able to see, guys? I think it was. Because why wouldn't he have used it at... It must have been his top deck. He would have used that on the 5/5 way earlier otherwise. So the only difference was 100 gems and 1 extra pack, and for me that doesn't matter because I don't play constructed. Fun. That was a lot of fun today, guys. That was a really fun deck to play. This is all the how do you... I have lots of boosters to open. 13 Innistrad, 6 of this new stuff. These came from buying the value pack here, and then these have come from the draft runs. Aren't we unable to know what his top deck is, like his hand shuffles, while we may see the animation of which card was drawn? I don't know, I haven't looked that up. That would be the proper way for them to program the game, because in real life, you don't let your opponent know which card is your top deck. You want to keep them, you don't want them to know which cards you've been holding for a long time. you want them to think that like what you just played was your top deck or something, you know. So you would always be obscuring and doing little hand shuffles in order to keep your opponent not knowing. So that must be what happens in the game. Even though we see the animation of the card draw, they must make it random for us to see. I think it would make sense. I don't know how they do that, but anyways. So we have. I'm just gonna open one of these because this new set that's online only is interesting. Tenacious Pup. A 1/2. When he enters the battlefield, you gain 1 life. When you cast your next creature spell, that creature enters the battlefield with a +1/+1 counter trample on it. And it's when you cast your next creature spell anytime, not just this turn, it sounds like. What a cute little pup. Sanguine Brushstroke. So this set that I'm opening here, they like, it's been controversial, I've heard. What are these up here? Opening what? 11 more packs until your next rare wild card, 5 more packs until your next mythic rare wild card. So this tells you they've like, this is probably like a legal obligation, because with laws out there now, if they don't tell you the exact odds and guarantee you the odds of opening what is essentially loot boxes, it's considered gambling. But if they give you the exact odds and guarantees, then it's not gambling. I think that's why they show this, but that's really nice to know that you're guaranteed a mythic wild card every certain number of packs. So anyways, yeah, this new thing, this Innistrad Alchemy, is like a new initiative by Wizards to adjust the online game according to the meta and modify the game. So you can still play normal constructed, that is the same as the constructed game. Oh, the music changes as you hover. That's so cool. That's really neat. Strixhaven sounds like a Christmas set. Anyways. Thanks for watching, guys. How long did I go? The mic is saying it's about to run out of battery, so probably close to 5 hours. Fun times. I hope you guys enjoyed it. We'll see you next time. Bye-bye. Yeah, Joe Mad, probably. I'm saving up my packs so I can open up a whole bunch in one go, maybe. I don't know, though. More likely, I'm saving my packs so that I can open them on a show where I do really badly in draft, so that I have something to, like, give the audience for fun, maybe. Alright, guys. We'll see you later. Keep an eye on Twitter for show announcements.